Just cleaning up.
All right.
Okay, you're good.
Awesome. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the September 1st Township Committee meeting. Let's go ahead and salute the American flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty
And justice for
for all. Pursuant to Section 5, Chapter 231, Public Laws of 1975. This is to state for the record that adequate notice of this meeting has been provided to the public by posting and maintaining the annual notice of regular meetings on the bulletin board of the municipal building, by mailing the annual notice of regular meetings for 2020 to the News Record and Star Ledger in December 2019, and by filing said notice in the office of the Township Clerk.
Adams. Ms. Adams.
I'm sorry, muted here.
Mr. Daffis.
here.
Mr. DeLuca.
Here.
Mr. Lembrick.
Here.
Mayor McGehee.
Here.
Whereas Chapter 231, Public Laws of 1975, commonly known as the Open Public Meetings Act, requires all meetings of public bodies be open to the public. And whereas Section 7A provides that the governing body has the discretion to permit, prohibit, or regulate the active participation of the public at any meeting. And whereas the desire of the governing body to comply with the provision of this act, same time to conduct its business in an orderly and expeditious manner, now therefore be resolved by the Township Committee, Township of Maplewood, does hereby prohibit, except as set forth in the formal agenda, active participation in the deliberations of the governing body by the public, and except as otherwise prescribed by law, does limit the public to the observations of the actions and discussions of the governing body at all of its regular and special meetings.
So move.
Second,
Ms. Adams,
Yes.
Mr. Daffis,
Yes.
Mr. DeLuca,
Yes.
Mr. Lembrick,
yes.
Mayor McGehee.
Yes. And thank you, Ms. Fritzed. And to the public, I apologize. We had some technical difficulties. I look forward to when we can return to our town hall. I will now briefly go through the agenda for everyone who is watching this evening. We will first start with the proclamation regarding National Childhood Cancer Awareness Month. We'll then have a resolution on the retirement of a police sergeant. At that point, we'll go into 2 employee spotlights, or what we call the Employee of the Month. So April and Hassan, we're very excited they're with us this evening as well. At that point, we will actually go ahead and discuss boards and committees. We have 4 Maplewood residents that we'll be bringing onto the Community Board on Police, and they've joined us this evening. We're very excited to have them as well. At that point, we'll move on to our first public comment. I just want to take a second to say that this is for agenda items only. It is my understanding that we have several people that have joined us this evening, and thank you, you're welcome. But we'll be talking about agenda items only. So if you're here to discuss the situation with the pool, that will be at the second public comment toward the end of the agenda. In regards to the public comments for agenda items only, that will be strictly 3 minutes. So we'll be holding it to 3 minutes. So please be mindful of that. After our first public comment, which Davenport will run, we will move on to our ordinances on ADU regarding a bond ordinance for flood mitigation protection project with the joint Essex and Union counties. From there, we will introduce a couple of new ordinances. One is regarding licensing of a body art establishment within the township of Maplewood, also known as a tattoo parlor historically. And then we'll also have a new ordinance regarding vacating a portion of Essex Avenue for right of way. This is part of a partnership that we're doing with the Board of Ed. From there, we will move into reports from departments. We'll hear from our CFO, Mr. Kaloje, tonight. He'll be giving us a monthly budget report. We provided him with some questions which he will answer publicly. And then from that point, we'll have our administrative reports. We'll hear from our township administrator, Mr. Veros, who'll be covering a number of topics, including the pool situation. We'll hear from our attorney, Roger Desiderio, and also from our township clerk, Ms. Fritzen, who will also be covering the election situation at this point. Then we move on, have reports from our elected officials. And then at that point, we'll go into a total of 8 discussion items. I will briefly list them here. We'll be talking about one case in regards to LGBTQ discrimination. We'll have a conversation about a police social worker or police social workers. At that point, I'll provide an update on our auxiliary 90-day review. Then we'll have a discussion about the possibility of renaming Park Road to Jerry Ryan Road in the honor of our late great mayor, Jerry Ryan. At that point, we'll move on to our 5th discussion item, which is regarding decriminalization of marijuana. And then we will move on to our 6th discussion item, which is about establishing an automatic response agreement between Maplewood and South Orange. This is part of our process to establish the South Mountain Regional Fire Department. Then we'll talk about moving our TC meeting from November 16th to November 17th, because this year the league has been canceled or it's virtual. And then finally, we'll discuss Sustainable Essex Alliance electric aggregation. Our consent agenda has 13 items on it, including the cancellation of unredeemed checks for our court, another cancellation of unredeemed checks for our municipal court fines, acceptance of payments for property maintenance, a contract regarding a social appraisal group, refunding of tax overpayments, payment to our deputy court administrator, extending the suspension of payments of the EFT fee on online tax and sewer payments, bills and claims. Then we'll authorize the order number 5 for our capital road projects. And then we'll also be closing our fiscal year 2019 capital road improvements, authorization to purchase security for our municipal building, approval of our regular session meetings, and although we didn't have them, a closed session meeting as well. From that point, we'll hit our 24th agenda item, which is public comment, all agenda items only. At that point, everything that anyone wants to talk about, including the pool, that's the time to speak about it. I will not be holding you to 3 minutes at the time, but we also will not go on for 15 minutes per person either way, because I know there's people that want to talk. So be mindful of each other, and also, as we move forward toward the meeting. Then finally, after our second public comment session, we will adjourn. So we do have a lengthy agenda as always. And at this point, we will start moving forward with our proclamation. Mr. Daffis. You're on mute, Mr. Daffis.
Sorry about that. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, colleagues, and thank you to the community, all of you who are joining us tonight live and watching us from wherever you are at home. Thank you, Mayor, for leading us into this very important proclamation recognizing childhood cancer as a leading cause of death by disease in children, and proclaiming September as National Childhood Cancer Awareness Month. The proclamation says that whereas childhood cancer is the leading cause of death by disease in children, and whereas 1 in 285 children in the United States will be diagnosed by their 20th birthday with cancer, and whereas 43 children per day, in other words, 15,780 children annually are diagnosed with cancer in the United States. And whereas there are approximately 40,000 children on active treatment at any given time, and whereas the average age of diagnosis is just a mere 6 years old, compared to 66 years for adult cancer diagnosis, and whereas 80% of childhood cancer patients are diagnosed late and with metastatic disease, and whereas on average there's been 0.6% increase in the incidence per year since the mid-1970s. So clearly the disease is going up, resulting in an overall incident increase of 24% over the last 40 years. whereas 2/3 of childhood cancer patients will have chronic health conditions as a result of their treatment toxicity, with 1/4 being classified as severe to life-threatening, and whereas approximately 1/2 of childhood cancer families rate the associated financial toxicity due to out-of-pocket expenses as considerable to severe, and whereas in the last 20 years, only four new drugs have been approved by the FDA to specifically treat childhood cancer, and whereas the National Cancer Institute recognizes the unique research needs of childhood cancer and the associated need for increased funding to carry this out, and whereas hundreds of nonprofit organizations at the local and the national level, including the American Childhood Cancer Organization, are helping children with cancer and their families cope through educational, emotional, and financial support. And whereas researchers and healthcare professionals work diligently, dedicating their expertise to treat and cure children with cancer, and whereas too many children are affected by this deadly disease, and more must be done to raise awareness and find a cure. Now, therefore, it be resolved that I, Deputy Mayor Dean Daffis, on behalf of Mayor Frank McGeehee and the rest of our colleagues of the Township Committee of the Township of Maplewood, do hereby proclaim September 2020 as Childhood Cancer Awareness Month in Maplewood. And we encourage all residents of Maplewood to observe Childhood Cancer Awareness Month, support this cause, support educational and financial efforts that so deeply impact families in every community across the country. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Daffis. We'll now move on to agenda item number 6. We have a resolution number 21120. Ms. Fritzen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Because this is a resolution, I think, I'll read it first and then I'll move its adoption. This is resolution number 211-20. This is a commendation on the occasion of the retirement of Police Sergeant Joseph Michael Guglielmo. Whereas the Maplewood Township Committee desires to convey to Sergeant Guglielmo an expression of its appreciation and grateful acknowledgement for the valued services rendered by him as an employee of the Township of Maplewood and the Maplewood Police Department for the past 30 years. And whereas Sergeant Guglielmo has given generously of his time and efforts in a dignified, faithful, friendly, and professional manner to Township residents. And whereas the Township Committee sincerely appreciates the worthwhile contribution Sergeant Guglielmo has made towards the development, welfare, safety, and quality of life in the Township. And whereas on the occasion of his 30 years of service, Sergeant Guglielmo is retiring to start the next phase, an exciting chapter of his life. Now, therefore, I move that it be resolved by the Township Committee of the Township of Maplewood that the Township expresses to Sergeant Guglielmo its sincere congratulations on the occasion of his retirement. And Mr. Mayor, that's a motion.
We get a second, please.
Second.
Perfect. Ms. Fritzen, please call the roll.
Mr. Adams,
Yes.
Mr. Daffis,
Yes.
Mr. DeLuca,
Yes.
Mr. Lembrick,
Yes.
Mayor McGeehee.
Yes. Thank you, Ms. Fritzen, and congratulations, Googs. We'll now move on to agenda item number 7, which is our employee spotlights. Mr. DeLuca, would you like to lead us off, please?
Absolutely. We have a resolution of recognition and appreciation for April Miller. Whereas the Township of Maplewood has been fortunate to have dedicated staff committed to the mission of the municipality. And whereas recognizing this employee for her commitment of working dual positions, working late nights and weekends to ensure finances are processed and purchase orders are paid on time, April's strong work ethic has set standards for the people who report to her. Her tenacity is unmatched, and we appreciate all that she brings to the Township of Maplewood. And most importantly, she's in charge of payroll, so we thank you all very much. Whereas we, as the Township Committee, wish to extend our utmost appreciation for the work that this staff member has done to make public service an exciting and joyous experience for the residents of the Township of Maplewood. And whereas the Township Committee wishes to extend our sincere best wishes for every happiness in the future and her continued success in making the township a desirable place to work. Now therefore be it resolved that the Maplewood Township Committee recognizes and appreciates the service of staff employee April Miller, who's the accounts payable and payroll supervisor, and wishes her well in all future endeavors. And further, that this resolution of appreciation and support be duly recorded by the Township Committee on this first day of the month of September in the year 2020. Congratulations, April.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Township Committee. Thank you to our administrator for this recognition. 17 years ago, I started here, my career at the Township of Maplewood, moving up from a tax cashier to now the payroll accounts payable supervisor. It's been a pleasure working here for these last 17 years. I've got to be mentored by a lot of great employees. I also want to thank the CFO, Joseph Kaloji, and the rest of my finance staff, because without my team, I can't get what I need to get done. So thank you again, everybody. I really appreciate it.
Congratulations, April.
Congratulations.
Awesome. Okay, well, we have one more employee we want to recognize as well. So, Ms. Adams.
Yes, thank you. Just want to make sure I'm not on mute while I'm looking at another screen. So Hussam Zaidan, I'm thrilled to be able to read this recognition of your work in the engineering as Assistant Township Engineer, as Chair of Department of Public Works and Engineering and Planning. It's just been a pleasure to have such a great staff in those departments, especially the last year or so. And Hussam, you're a big part of that. So I'll read the formal part now for you. Whereas the Township of Maplewood has been fortunate to have dedicated staff committed to the mission of the municipality, and whereas recognizing this employee, Hussam Zaidan, for his commitment and excellent work for designing the road programs to coordinating grants for the township, Hussam has the enormous responsibility of supervising all construction work in the township and is a true asset to the Township of Maplewood. And whereas we, the Township Committee, would wish to extend our utmost appreciation for your work that you have done and done to the public service, an exciting and joyous experience for the residents of the Township of Maplewood. And whereas the Township Committee wishes to extend our sincere best wishes for every happiness in the future to your continued success in making our township a desirable place to work. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Maplewood Township Committee recognizes and appreciates the service of employee Hussam Zaidan, Assistant Township Engineer. We wish you well in future endeavors and hopefully here. And further, that this resolution of appreciation and support be duly recorded by the Township Committee on this, the first day of the month of September in the year 2020. Congratulations, Hussam.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, Ms. Adams. Good evening, everyone. I want to thank this committee for electing April and I. It's really a great honor to be recognized. Even though you've elected me, my efforts would have not been merely as shown as much as it has without really the team that I have around me. I mean, these individuals are very skilled, not even just the engineering department, just all the departments that we deal with. And I just could not, be a lot more thankful than I am right now. These 2 years have been great, and I hope to continue learning, improving, and working hard. This is actually a great birthday present because it's September 10th is my birthday. So thank you, guys. I really appreciate it.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Hassan. Awesome.
Thank you, Mayor.
We really appreciate you.
But now
Mayor, if I will, if I may.
I'd just like to congratulate April and Hussam on always being dedicated and thorough. They've been great additions. I mean, April's been here for a while, but also wanted to congratulate Hussam, who in the midst of COVID finished his master's degree, and had a baby. So everyone here is doing a lot. So we've got 2 great employees this month.
Thank you,
much.
Mr.
It's
Vera.
been very busy.
Oh, congratulations. Yeah, seriously.
Impressive, amazing. Thank you again, Mr. Veros, and yes, and congratulations again to April and Hassan. We appreciate you both so much. Okay, we're going to now move on in our agenda. We're at agenda item number 8, boards and committees. I'd now like to turn the floor over to Mr. Daffis and Mr. Limbrick, as we have 4 outstanding residents that will now be joining our community board on police. Gentlemen.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Limbrick, how about I do the first 2 and you do the second 2, or we can reverse it however you like.
That sounds fine. Why don't you go ahead and start us off?
All right, terrific. I'm really delighted to introduce to the community this evening our nominees for new members of our community board on police. And we're going to start this evening with introducing our first ever youth member, which is very, very exciting. Her name is Piper Davenport. And obviously she's a local student here in the community. Piper, how about you introduce yourself and tell us in your own words, why you're interested in joining the important work of this board as a volunteer.
Thank you, Dean. I'm Piper Davenport. I'm a rising junior at Columbia High School. And when I heard about this through the library, I was really interested in volunteering, and I'm so grateful to be part of it now, because I really want to help build better relations between the youth of our community and our police force through better policy and just communication in general, because I feel that's where a lot of my peers and myself have felt is lacking in the most recent months. Thank you.
Thank you, Piper, and we're excited to have you. With that, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to move that we formally appoint Piper Davenport as our first youth member on Maplewood's Community Board on Police to serve for a term of 1 year. Do I have a second?
Second.
Ms. Fritzen, please call the roll.
Ms. Adams,
Yes.
Mr. Daffis,
Yes.
Mr. DeLuca,
Yes.
Mr. Lembrick,
Yes.
Mayor McGeehee.
Yes. Thank you. Congratulations, Piper.
Congratulations, Piper.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. And with that, we're going to move on to our next stellar nominee, and that is Stephanie Holler. Stephanie, how about you introduce yourself to the community? Tell us a little bit about yourself and why you're interested in serving on this board.
Thank you so much, Dean Davis. I'm Stephanie Holler. I've lived in the area since I was a student at Seton Hall many years ago. I have 2 children. My daughter is 12 and she attends SOMS. My son is 8 and goes to Clinton. My husband Keith retired from finance a few years ago to be a very active stay-at-home father. And I just care a great deal about this community. Obviously, it's where my family has begun, and I really agree with the charter as far as trust and transparency being imperative. And, you know, I want to be able to trust my neighbors and those policing the community and, you know, ultimately my children, their friends. And, you know, my experience has been positive in my youth in the Midwest, you know, with the officers in that area, but it's far from a guarantee. And I've continually sought ways to find out how I can contribute in a more meaningful way. My husband, you know, we come from very different backgrounds, and my children also have many police officers and who are cousins and uncles on his side. And he's a very rational, logical person. And one day we were having a conversation about, policing and young people. And, we were agreeing that, sometimes the community members are at fault and people are abusing the service, abusing, making calls on people. And, we're happy that there's legislation passed now that criminalizes it, but we didn't have solutions for ultimately not having interactions, unwanted interactions between our children and law enforcement. And my husband's suggestion was to expand the talk that we've had with our kids to include an attorney, hire an attorney, introduce them to the children, make sure they know who they are, and should they have any unwanted, uninvited conversation, invoke their rights to speak to an attorney. And his hope in doing this was that it would signal this child comes from a home that doesn't play. And it made me sad to think that that was even necessary. Our son has toured headquarters through Boy Scouts and maybe National Night Out and, all positive interactions, but we know what happens with girls and boys at the schools who get the officers called on them more often than others. And we know they're likely to have an interaction. So it's for selfish reasons, caring for my children and their friends who I greatly enjoy spending time with, that I wanted to join the board. And it wasn't long after that conversation that I saw the opening and decided to act.
You sure did, Stephanie, and thank you for doing so. You're one of the first people to apply, and you were very active during the interview process, following up with your documentation and so on and so forth. And we're excited to have thank you for sharing your personal lived experience in the community. And we're excited to have your unique perspective and voice on the board. With that, I move that we formally appoint Stephanie Holler to Maplewoods Community Board on Police to serve for a period of 3 years, her term ending 12/31/2023. Do I have a second?
Second.
Ms. Fritzen, please call the roll.
Ms. Adams,
Yes.
Mr. Daffis,
Yes.
Mr. DeLuca,
Yes.
Mr. Lembrick,
Yes.
Mayor McGehee.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Fritzen. Mr. Limbrick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's now my pleasure and my honor to introduce our remaining 2 nominees tonight for the Community Board on Police. First is Mr. Roberto Reyes. So Mr. Reyes, if you can unmute yourself and tell us a little bit about yourself and why you're interested in serving on this board.
Hi, my name is Roberto Reyes. I've been a resident of Maplewood for over 30 years. I raised 3 children through the system successfully. My children are doing very well. My daughter has recently moved back into town after going all over the United States for a while, has purchased a home in Maplewood. My youngest son has made me a grandfather, and he is looking to buy a house nearby. So hopefully it'll be Maplewood or South Orange, but hopefully Maplewood. My oldest boy is out in Sacramento doing whatever he does, but the winds are going to blow him back home, and I expect him to come back where he belongs with us. I have to give all my appreciation to this community for all the successes that we've had as a family. Anna and I became members of the teaching profession here in this community. Anna has served in one building for 25 years until she retired at the end of this year. I was at the high school for 7 years, working with young people that are my passion. Young high school students give me a reason for breathing. I applied for this because I understand how difficult this work will be. It isn't just the police that's walking the street or riding around. It's the whole system of justice that needs to be addressed institutionally. The trust that has to be built, it's very difficult. It will take a lot of effort. It will take a lot of people. And I want to be able to join in that effort. It isn't just what our police officers in town do, it's what policing does all over this country, whether it's in Wisconsin or Michigan or Georgia. we feel it here also. And young people in particular are very sensitive to the mistreatment of who they are as humans. It happens as early as elementary school. It works its magic right through the middle school and continues right through the high school, so that the students are not feeling safe, not only on the streets of Maplewood, but also in the schools. And I want to be able to help with that, having experience of working with young people in the past. I'm very thrilled to have an opportunity to work with Piper Davenport because the future is who she represents, and our future needs to really be filled with hope. And I thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes. So it's now time. I would like to nominate Mr. Roberto Reyes as a community at large member of the Community Board on Police for a term through December 31st, 2022.
I enthusiastically second.
Ms. Fritzen, please call the roll.
Ms. Adams?
Yes.
Mr. Daffis?
Yes.
Mr. DeLuca?
Yes.
Mr. Lembrick?
Yes.
Mayor McGehee?
Yes. Thank you, Ms. Fritzen. Congratulations, Roberto.
Thank you all.
And last in alphabetical order tonight, but certainly not least, is Thomas Spurrell. So Tom, do you want to introduce yourself and tell us why you'd like to join the Community Board on Police?
Sure. Thanks, Greg. Good to be with everybody tonight. Certainly, I agree with my fellow nominees with the areas of focus and the impetus for change is needed. I've been a 14-year resident in Maplewood. I have 3 children, the youngest of which is an adopted Black youth named Ryan. So I have a mixed race family, and like many, I'm compelled to action, to see how I can help shape the community we live in and the community abroad. I also bring, life experiences where my brother is a sergeant as a police officer out in Long Island. So my intention, my hope is that my membership on the committee will help allow me to listen and learn and bring all those learned experiences to the benefit of the community at large, the police department and the residents, of the community. So my hope is that I bring a balanced approach and that I learn from others and people can learn from me. So for those reasons, I ask, to join the committee. So thank you, Greg.
Thanks, Tom. So with that, I'd like to move that we appoint Mr. Spurrell to the Community Board on Police for a community at large member position, term to run through December 31st, 2023.
I second that.
Ms. Fritzen, please call the roll.
Ms. Adams?
Yes.
Mr. Daffis?
Yes.
Mr. DeLuca?
Yes.
Mr. Lembrick?
Yes.
Mayor McGehee?
Yes. Thank you, Ms. Fritzen. Congratulations, Tom.
Thank you.
Awesome. And congratulations to everyone, to Piper, Stephanie, Roberto again, and Tom. We're very pleased and excited to have you all join us on the Community Board on Police. A lot of work ahead. Good work for our community. So congratulations again. You're welcome to stay for the remainder of the 4-hour meeting, or you can also return to your lives. We will be grabbing you soon, so no worries on that.
Mr. Mayor, they don't have long to celebrate. Their first meeting is tomorrow night.
Tomorrow night. Member.
Dive right in.
Thank you for all your great work. Have a good night, all.
Good night. Thank you. Okay. We'll now move on to agenda item number 9, which is our first public comment session. Agenda items only. Glenn, do we have any the public would like to talk on agenda items?
Sure. I'm going to start with Aaron and Kasha, who are our chair and co-chair of our Community Board on Police. And then if you're in the attendee audience, just raise your hand and I will get to you.
Thank you, Glenn.
Okay, can I start?
Go for it.
Okay. Hi, everybody, and thanks for allowing me to speak here. My name is Kasha Pikars. I'm a resident of Maplewood. I live on Quarter Avenue, and I'm here speaking as a resident as a co-chair of the Maplewood Community Board on Police, and also as an activist. So coming here with all three of those hats here. So, it's obvious we are in extraordinary times when it comes to police reform. And it actually, reminds me a little bit of 2017, when this township committee, in response to, to some horrific events that I won't recount here, had some real vision, under the leadership of then Mayor DeLuca, to take some bold and progressive action by getting rid of a poisonous police chief, starting a path toward greater representation. Oh gosh. Nat, hold on just 1 second. Greater representation in the department and leadership. And of course, in creating the board, of which I now co-chair. At the time, we thought of ourselves, I think, really as the vanguard. We were the first suburban police board to be created in New Jersey. And now we are once again in extraordinary times. The national conversation around policing has changed dramatically. Once again, we have local incidents that are spurring new calls to action. And on top of that, we have COVID, which undoubtedly will create some real budget pressures, which I don't envy you all having to conquer a couple months from now. So I am here to ask the TC to once again, and with bold, creative vision, to be the vanguard when it comes to reimagining public safety. To use your power of the purse to be an example for others, and to do so boldly, but with care. Not to be reactive, not to be too quick to dismiss new ideas. We have to slow down in order to speed up. And to do that, we should do the research, we should do the hard thinking. I encourage you to use the board to help make these decisions and to help create that vision, and to think about what our legacy should be when it comes to police reform. We can play a game of whack-a-mole if we want, this problem here, this problem there, or we can be the next vanguard in terms of how policing can look different and how we can think differently about how we keep our residents and the people who come through our towns safe. So with that, I know there are a lot of smaller pieces that we're discussing that fold into this, but as we get into the weeds of all of these small things, I really want to encourage us to really think big about who we can be, what we can do, and how we can build real reform. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Erin.
Thank you, Kasha. My name is Erin Scherzer. I live on Oberlin Street. I'm a Maplewood resident. And with Kasha, I am the co-chair of the Community Board on Police. And together with Kasha and everyone on this call right now, we worked collaboratively to create this board. I'm speaking today regarding a discussion item on the agenda for later today, which is, or later this evening, excuse me, which is regarding social workers, a pilot program for social workers in the police department. I just want to remind the Township Committee of the ordinance that was passed to create the board. We have an obligation, which is why Kasha and I are here today on behalf of the board. Our obligation is to advocate on behalf of the community regarding concerns regarding the police department that's found right in Article 2 of the purpose of the board. We're also required to research best practices, which is also stated in the purpose, and stated even further in Article 5, Section 4, which delineates what best practices mean. At our meetings during the summer, we have put as an initiative of the Community Board on Police to examine how we best serve members of our community, whether individuals live here or visiting here or working here, how we can best serve their mental health needs when they fall within our township. We are actively studying this issue right now. We're following the charge that was given to us by the Township Committee, and we will be presenting this information in the fall to the community and to the Township Committee. I want to remind the Township Committee of our obligation to not to thoroughly think things through before we act. For those who are not aware, in 2007, there was a police fatality with a fatality of a civilian in the township of Maplewood. It was a call, and a domestic and EDP call, which is emotionally disturbed person call for members of the public who are learning the lingo, just as we had to learn the lingo. His name was Omar Perry. He was 31 years old. He was on Peachtree Street, and he was shot by 2 Maplewood police officers. The response at the time by the department was to give the officers tasers guns instead of actually at the time sitting and listening and figuring out how we could best serve individuals who may be going through crisis at a particular moment in time. We as a community have taken charge so that we can thoroughly examine things. We must thoroughly support not only our community and ensure that everyone who's in our town boundaries is safe and secure. We also must make sure that we're making a thorough investment into our police department so that they can do their jobs to the standards that we want them to, which is something that this township has failed in the past. I will wrap up quickly. A short-term pilot program without a larger context is a recipe for disaster. We need to study this in the larger context, and hopefully we can launch a pilot program into 2021. What I don't want us to happen is to launch something and then it fail, because that's a greater harm on our society. Thank you so much, and we look forward to continuing to work with the Township Committee.
Thank you, Kasha. Thank you, Aaron, for your comments.
I'm going to go to Kelly Quirk.
Hi, you can hear me? Okay. I'm Kelly Quirk. I live at 152 Parker Avenue, and I'm here tonight in my personal capacity as a licensed clinical social worker who spent the last 15 years working with individuals with severe mental illness and substance use disorders in New York City, where I oversee 9 programs, 220 frontline essential staff, and the lives and well-being of over 3,000 clients in treatment each year. I'm excited to hear the Township Committee's discussion about the way social work can be used to create new avenues for community safety. And I wanted to give you some my thoughts of going into that conversation and deliberation with research, thought behind what your specific asks are for our community in terms of the kinds of safety mechanisms social workers can provide and the resource allocation that takes. I know that there's a group of social workers in the community and the Community Board on Police who are also sort of looking into this and looking towards findings and best practice models. And I hope that they're able to share that with you shortly in terms of their professional judgment. We know this conversation would likely not be happening unless it was in the context of the Black Lives Matter movement, the movement to end over-policing of Black and brown bodies, and the discussions around defunding the police. And I think we need to think of that historically in the terms of a divest-invest strategy. Divesting from one mechanism we don't think is bringing about the best outcome and investing in one we think might have a better outcome. I want to just urge a little bit of historical caution. As a society, we did that in the 1960s and 70s, and any social worker can tell you that, with the institutionalization of mental hospitals, where we often warehoused individuals with mental illness away from their families and communities. We rightly recognized this was not ideal as a society, and we very successfully divested, shutting a number of facilities and drastically reducing by nearly 90% the number of psychiatric beds. Unfortunately, we were not as good as investing in the community supports, community mental health centers, and housing supports after, creating a cascading ripple effect of people who cycled in and out of care and into other institutions, homeless shelters, jails, and prisons, which was not ideal. So as you consider this work, which I 100% want you to consider, I'd ask that you think through a few questions. What is the community question you want to solve related to policing that can be done by social work? Or is it multiple questions? Then, what is the best intervention, the skill set needed, and the resource and staff given to make that a success? For example, if you feel the most pressing need is changing department culture around mental health calls and providing support to families with domestic violence or repeat mental health crisis, then a police social worker or social workers may be an effective intervention, and there's certainly evidence of that in the literature. They can serve as trainers for mental health first aid, which is also an effective intervention. There is within social work, though, you should know, some pushback on police social workers as working within institutions that do not always serve our clients equitably. If your question for the community is about reducing the initial need for police to respond to some or all calls.
All right, we reached 3 minutes, Mayor. Kelly, if you want to email the rest of that to them, I'd be happy to take the email. Blue Chevigny.
Hi, can you hear me?
You can.
Hi. Good evening, everyone. I'm Blue Chevigny. I'm a Maplewood resident, and I've been here about 5.5 years. I'm a licensed clinical social worker like Kelly who spoke right before me. I practice here and in the city. And in recent months, I've been part of the group Kelly referred to. It's a diverse working group of social workers in our towns who are working to combine our collective expertise and the existing research on police and social work partnerships to come up with a recommendation to the towns to the town and to the community police board of how we might implement such a partnership in Maplewood. There've been so many models, which I won't get into now, but Kelly made some specific examples clear for these kinds of partnerships that have been tested in many communities around the United States over the last decades, and we have much to learn from what has worked and not worked in other places. I personally have extensive experience from earlier in my career working in social service agencies serving homeless, substance using, and severely and persistently mentally ill populations in the city. And I've had a firsthand look at programs that work with people living in and among the public who may need services. In those firsthand experiences, I witnessed a variety of approaches to social workers collaborating with, consulting with, and or teaming up with law enforcement. And I'd like very much to see Maplewood take meaningful steps to bringing the social work perspective to our law enforcement so that the work of officers is not to solve every problem or concern that comes into their attention, even when they may not be the best suited to a given problem. So with a considered approach to what would work best for our community of the many successful and diverse models of collaboration between law enforcement and social work that exist, we can have a healthier and safer community than we already do. But I urge you to wait until the fall meeting when my working group will be able to present what we've concluded before we move sort of quickly into any sort of decision about hiring a social worker within the department. Thank you.
Thank you, Blue. Thank you very much.
Sure.
That looks like it seems to be it for now, Mayor.
Thank you, Glenn. And thank you, everyone who spoke. We'll now move on to agenda item number 10, our Board of Health meeting. Mr. Daffis, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Fritzen? Oh, no, that's me first and then Ms. Fritzen. Never mind.
Okay, I was going to cover it for you if you wanted.
No, I got it. Sorry about that. I'm multitasking here. Okay, so Board of Health meeting, September 1st, pursuant to Section 5, Chapter 231 of Public Laws of New Jersey, 1975. This is to state for the record that adequate notice of this meeting has been provided to the public by posting and maintaining the annual notice of regular meetings on the Bulletin Board of Municipal Building, by mailing the annual notice of regular meetings for 2020 to the News Record and Star Ledger in December 2019, and by filing said notice in the office of the Township Clerk.
Adams?
Here.
Mr. DeLuca?
Here.
Glenbrick?
Here.
Mayor McGehee?
Here.
Daffis?
Here.
Whereas Chapter 231, Public Laws 1975, common laws, the Open Public Meetings Act requires that all meetings of public bodies be open to the public. And whereas Section 7A provides that the Board of Health has the discretion to prohibit the active participation of the public at any meeting, whereas desire the Maplewood Board of Health to comply with the provision of this act, same time to conduct this business in an orderly and expeditious manner. Now therefore be resolved by the Maplewood Board of Health, Township of Maplewood does hereby prohibit, except as set forth in the formal agenda, active participation in deliberations of the Board of Health by the public, except as otherwise prescribed by law, does limit the public to the observation of actions and discussions of the Board of Health at all of its regular and special meetings.
So moved.
Second.
Ms. Adams?
Yes.
Mr. DeLuca?
Yes.
Glenbrick?
Yes.
Mayor McGehee?
Yes.
Mr. Daffis.
Yes. Thank you, Ms. Fritzen. I will now move the approval of the minutes from our last Board of Health meeting on August 4th, 2020. Do I have a second?
Second.
Ms.
Mr. Adams?
Fritzen? Oh,
Yes.
Mr. DeLuca?
Yes.
Lembrick?
Yes.
Mayor McGehee?
Yes.
Mr. Daffis?
yes, thank you, Ms. Fritzen. I now give the floor over to our Public Health Officer, Candace Davenport. Candace, take it away.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Daffis. Glenn, I'm going to share my screen.
Go for it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, just minimize this. Hello, good evening, everyone, and thank you. I'll make my presentation brief. We do have a lot to cover. I'll go over the COVID-19 stats in comparison from last month. Here's the US, New Jersey, Essex County, and Maplewood breakdown. From our last report at the end of August, we've had an additional 17 cases in Maplewood, and bringing us up to 354 cases in our township and 27 deaths. I do want to emphasize that for New Jersey, our positivity rate is, as of August 27th, 1.41%, which means of all the people who are tested, 1.41% of them are positive, which is a very good sign. And our rate of transmission is below 1. It's at 0.92, and that's also a really good sign. So people are doing what they need to do by social distancing and wearing their face masks and being careful, and yet we're still able to open up. So I will go into the reopenings shortly. I also want to make note that of great importance, our school district is going virtual until November, and that the first day of school is September 8th. There was a discussion or request among the community to ask about information on how to do pods safely. Pods, if you're not aware, are learning pods where groups of families may consider getting together with 4 or 5 or up to 10 children at a time. Our health department has provided some information to the school district, and we'll be working with them on some information should a family or groups of families want to consider that for the future moving forward for school. I also want to mention, because I'm on the task force for the school district, there is a social emotional virtual town hall with the superintendent, Ronald Taylor, this Wednesday, September 2nd at 7 p.m. and it's virtual. So if you would like to join that, their information is on their school district website. COVID testing opportunities are coming to Maplewood September 8th, so the day after Labor Day, from 4 to 6 p.m. The Essex County COVID-19 will be hosting a drive-through testing site at the Maplewood Community Pool. And Salerno Medical Mobile Clinic, who was here for about 2 months earlier on in the summer, will be back again for community-wide testing September 21st to October 30th from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. There will be a website that will send out with reservations, and we just confirmed that today. That will also be at the Maplewood Community Pool at the same location behind the Township OEM building. Here are some COVID-19 updates that I do want to bring to your attention. There's some new CDC recommendations for testing. So while the CDC has said if you've been in close contact within 6 feet or longer than 15 minutes, but you do not have symptoms, they mentioned that you do not necessarily need to test unless you are a vulnerable individual or your healthcare provider or your state or local health officer or public health official has recommended that you take one. This is of importance because as the public health officer, I do recommend that if you have been exposed to someone potentially or confirmed positive, even if you don't have symptoms, we advise you to please get a test. If you have any questions, to please call the health department and we'll be happy to guide you through your decision-making process. Likewise, there is a shortage of tests available. So we do also want to say that if you have not been in close contact with anyone and you do not have symptoms and your risk is low to no risk at all, you do not need to get a test. So not everyone needs a test, but 40% of our cases nationwide have been from asymptomatic positive people. So again, if you've been in contact with someone who is a suspect or positive case, and you think you've been exposed, even if you don't show symptoms, please, we advise you to get tested.
Candace, before you move on, may I
Yes, sir.
jump in here?
Yes.
But how are you going to know that you've been in close contact with someone who's
Right.
infected? You're not going to know that.
Right. So ideally what would happen is when you are informed. So when we reach out as the local health department, for example, and we find a positive case, we ask them for contact tracing. So if they've been in contact with people, we either reach out to them, or the person themselves will say, you know, maybe it's a relative, and they'll say, oh, someone tested, your grandmother tested positive for COVID. If you were around each other at a family or social or large gathering, and you know you've been exposed closer than 6 feet and longer than 10 to 15 minutes, then we would advise you to get tested.
Right. But I want to be careful about the message that we're sending out to the community, especially in light of all of your hard work as a frontline person. And thank you again. We can't thank you enough. And all of our political efforts in your support, in support of you and your efforts to expand testing in our county. And we've been successful in that. So I just don't want people to misunderstand what we're saying here. For one, we know that the new CDC guidelines were politically motivated. That's a fact. We know that the Trump administration put pressure on the CDC to make some amendments here. But, you know, regardless of all that, we have always told people, especially now that we do have expanded testing, to please be tested, especially as we are opening up. We are having more events, outdoors and indoors. Indoor dining begins on Friday. Gyms are open again beginning on Friday. Society is opening up little by little. So I don't want people to walk away from this unless you advise otherwise.
No.
I don't want people to walk away from this thinking, you know what, if you're low risk and you don't have symptoms and you haven't been in contact, none of which you know necessarily, and that is the challenge of this virus in of itself, don't be tested. Our message should be tested.
Yes, right. And that's why I wanted to emphasize, and thank you for bringing that point. While the CDC has said you don't necessarily need a test, we would say they put a caveat in there if your state or local public health official recommends you to take one. And what I'm saying is we do recommend you to get one. So we're trying to be as consistent with the right science and the public health messaging as we've done in the past.
Terrific, thank you.
So, but I did want to bring that up, that people might be confused about that, so I did want to address it. So as you mentioned, gyms are reopening, and they reopened today at 25% capacity. Our environmental health staff have gone to the 3 active licensed gyms, and we have inspected them, and they are aware of the social distancing requirement and are good to go. And of course, masks will be required. Including that, we will have indoor dining, which will resume at 25% capacity starting this Friday, September 4th, along with movie theaters, performance theaters, and indoor performance venues can reopen at 25% capacity or 150 people, whichever one is lesser on the Friday. And then the limit for certain indoor gatherings has been raised to 25% capacity or 150 people max. So the 150 people was increased. It used to be 25. Just want to give you an update also, if you are traveling to any of these states or traveling from any of these states, welcome back to Maplewood, or if you're visiting Maplewood, we advise that there is a voluntary self-quarantine of 14 days if you are traveling from any of these locations in the United States. As your local health department, you may receive a phone call from us because we are informed from flight manifest if anyone is coming to any of the local townships in Essex County, including Maplewood. So you may hear from the public health nurse or myself to remind you of the self-quarantine. And the people that we have contacted already have been very compliant and are very receptive to this message.
Ms. Davenport, could you just define self-quarantine?
Sure. So self-quarantine is when you come, for example, come here, you are here for 14 days and you are to limit your contact with other people. This enables us to make sure that if perhaps you were infected upon arrival, that you are not able to spread it to others. So you are asked to stay in one place and limit your contact. So if you're coming to Maplewood to visit and you were planning on going to New York City, we would ask that you stay in Maplewood indoors for 14 days upon arrival.
So do you have to stay in your house?
Yes, ideally.
You can't go to the grocery store. You can't go get gas or anything like
No,
that.
you can do that. You can limit your contact, so it's not restricting contact, it's limiting your contact. So if you're going to go out, you'd only go out for essential needs. Isolation would be what you were describing, which is stay in your home, no contact at all.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Also, because the local health department also oversees childcare facilities and their maintenance with DCF. So we look at the health and safety of our childcare settings. I also want to bring to note that that Governor Murphy has provided through the department, New Jersey Department of Human Services, a childcare subsidy program for COVID-19. So for any families who need to return to work in Essex County, if you meet the financial need requirement, you would call the Program for Parents organization. Their website is located here, and you would go on this website to put in an application, which is supposed to be open this month in September. And you would receive subsidies to attend a childcare that is licensed by DCF and approved. So the money will be provided as long as we have it. And so I would advise everyone to, if you fall into this financial need and could use this assistance, to please apply within the month of September. One thing I want to bring to note is COVID hospitalization and death by age. So while we've talked, and this I thought was a good visual, while we've talked about the risk of an increase in COVID cases among those who are 18 to 29 years of age, and they are our comparison group for this chart, please note that as you increase in age, the risk of hospitalization and death is higher. But note that once you hit 65 to 74 years of age and up, the hospitalization and death rate due to COVID exposure is incrementally, exponentially higher than at any other age group. So this is the reason why we all have to be careful, is because of our exposure to others who are vulnerable, such as the elderly and seniors, as well as those who are immunocompromised. So I just want to bring that to light as we talk about those who are 18 to 29 young adults who may not be social distancing or wearing a face mask. So on that note, I just want to also emphasize that as we are reopening and going into the community, we mustn't forget that while we can, greatly enjoy outdoor and now soon to be indoor dining, we advise that people please continue to practice social distancing. And if, a restaurant or establishment may not be aware that they need to do this or might be lax, we ask the public to please, practice social distancing amongst themselves and have a discussion to say, oh, how do we practice better social distancing in our outdoor dining or indoor dining, or when we're in the parks or public spaces. We always want to encourage people to be out. It's great to have some normalcy and to engage in outdoor activities and healthy exercise, but we do ask people when they are together and congregating to please wear a face covering and stand 6 feet apart, especially when you are in the basketball areas or in other athletic activities. If you are not in active play, we ask you to please wear a face covering and stand 6 feet apart when you are not in active play. Speaking of our youth, we have our social distancing ambassadors. This pilot program was slated to end on early September, but we have extended it, thankfully, until the end of this month. I just want to mention that we've added, thankfully, 2 new youth social distancing ambassadors, and they've been terrific. We've also distributed, just this month alone, over 1,200 face coverings and face masks this month, when we have gone out to the public spaces like the village, music events, and in the parks and farmers markets. Our SDAs, or social distancing ambassadors, and their supervisors have said that they've seen an increased visible mask compliance or face covering compliance among our residents. So thank you for that. Some challenges are that they have approached people and people have said, no thanks, I don't need a mask, or I don't have a mask, or I don't want a mask. You can't change everybody, it'll take time, but we are thankful for the support of the Social Distancing Ambassador Program and giving youth a way to express themselves and say, we do support public health messaging. And there's Prior Mayor DeLuca right there with our Social Distancing Ambassadors, where they had ice cream with the DeHart Neighborhood Association, the Hilton Neighborhood Association. They had a great time there. Thank you. And I also want to thank our public health nurse, Anna Markarova. She has been essential in making this program a success, organizing scheduling and listening to them and being in contact with them all the time throughout every day. So thank you. Speaking of public health nursing, here is your nursing communicable and infectious disease report. This month, we have investigated 23 cases. Most of them are COVID-19, but we've also had hepatitis B and Lyme disease. These are usual cases that we would see, and Lyme disease is seasonal. We have also ordered 150 doses of flu vaccine in preparation for the 2020-2021 fall and winter season. We plan on having a drive-through flu clinic in the municipal building parking lot. More information will be provided once we receive the 150 doses from our ordering company. As for COVID contact tracing, we are still doing that, and case investigation is still active and going smoothly. Our residents are still and are more receptive to receiving our calls. So thank you for the messaging to answer the call and providing us with case investigation information and contact tracing. And as I mentioned, we as nurses are contacting those who are have a travel advisory. We also assist residents and travelers with finding testing sites because people are always looking for that. So they reach out to the health department for information. Here's our summer meals program at Maple Crest Park. That program is now completed as of August 21st. This is a picture of the diversity of our volunteer group that has been there almost every morning, providing breakfast and lunches to our community. I thank you again for your support for this program in our second year. We provided over 11,100 meals. That was 150 breakfasts and 150 lunches to approximately 150 children per day, 5 days a week. This was a much needed program. I think last month you may recall that there were many testimonies from families who said that because of the financial hardships that they experienced, which was then exacerbated by COVID-19 or unexpected hardship, this was a lifeline for them to take care of their family during this time. I want to say a shout out to Irvington Township for their great partnership and collaboration in bringing this program. We are a satellite program of their larger programs with the New Jersey Department of Agriculture. So it has worked out well for us. And thank you to Mr. Marcel McNeil and his family and our team of dedicated volunteers who are local family residents too. People have brought their children and other spouses and things like that to attend. So it's really been a growing community effort. I also want to give a shout out to Soma Shares, who was a part of our program as well. They were great partners whenever it would rain or we would have inclement weather, and we were happy to share information with us and with them. Lastly, here's our environmental health report. We have had our restaurant retail food inspections. We did 42 restaurant and retail food inspections this month for a total of 112 inspections. These inspections could not have been done without our environmental health inspectors, to which we have 3 part-time and seasonal. So this is a very busy time, and because of COVID, we'd had to catch up, but we are now getting up and catching up to that. We've had about 12 restaurant or food inspection re-inspections, where that means that we've had to go back to places that weren't satisfactory and remediate them, and they have been remediated. And we had 5 unsatisfactories this month, to which we had to close a facility, help them to give them time to fix up what they needed to in order to make their places safe and clean to eat or provide food. We have inspected 6 childcare centers, so we are, I think we only have 1 or 2 more that we have to inspect, but otherwise we are on track with those. And as for our rat complaints, I do want to mention that last month, while we had 92 initial complaints for rats, this month we've only had 20. So our number of rat complaints has greatly decreased, and that is probably because of what we're doing in a neighborhood, addressing it by neighborhood versus just addressing home by home. Year to date though, rat complaints make up 266 complaints into the health department. And in this month, we've had, or total, we've had 29 repeat complaint visits. So we keep going back, we revisit, we look at the residents' backyards and their properties and see and remove any sources that might be food sources or shelter sources. And we do see a difference because we are making relationships and working with the families to make that happen. We're seeing differences. So we are making great improvements, and that is that for that. I know that the tattoo or body art ordinance is later on in the township committee meeting. So I'm here though, if you want to talk about the potential or proposed ordinance, if you have any questions. Otherwise, Mr. Desiderio could also answer these questions. There's also information that I provided regarding your thoughts and process for a revision to the current township chicken raising ordinance, and then a proposal for internally to work with the building department to provide rodent control and rat mitigation procedures for anyone who comes in for looking for a dumpster. So I'm happy to answer any questions you may have at this time. That's the end of my presentation.
So Ms. Davenport, I think, and I'm going to invite Mr. Desiderio to chime in here, but I think the way we're going to handle the ordinances and the edits that you propose, and thank you for doing that, is that we're going to kick these back to code and discuss them there, and with your input, of course, because you are a member of our code committee, of course, and then we will bring them back to the TC for discussion and vote. Mr. Desiderio, do I have that correct?
Yes, sir. I agree with you 100%.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I wanted to go back to something. I wanted to give you opportunity, Candace, to get through the report. And thank you again, as always, for a very fulsome, detailed, thoughtful report. I wanted to hear from you, based on your inspections. Now, you've had the opportunity to inspect our restaurants, not just the kitchens for environmental compliance and public health generally compliance, but also COVID related and all the new public health measures that outdoor dining required. You've also had the opportunity to hear from our social distance ambassadors throughout town, at our parks and other recreational activities. What are you hearing in terms of possible areas where we need to do greater enforcement? What are you hearing from our social distance ambassadors about any particular areas where our kids are not getting it? Where are there areas for improvement and increased enforcement rather?
Okay, right. So based on our inspections, code enforcement, as well as our environmental health inspectors go out, and we have talked to the restaurant owners and retail food establishments about social distancing and wearing face coverings. They have signed the attestation for outdoor dining, saying that they would abide by these social distancing requirements as per the governor. We just want to emphasize, as the public health department, that there is concern when groups of people get together at various times throughout the week, whether that be on a weekend and everyone wants to get together, or on a beautiful weeknight down in the village or wherever, outdoor dining, that we ask please for people to still practice social distancing. We are not out of the woods yet with COVID. As you know, we've had 17 cases in Maplewood just alone in this month. We don't want to see an increase. So we ask that people still be vigilant and comply. As for the social distancing ambassadors who've been our eyes and ears in the field going out into public spaces, everything is great with, people enjoying the music outdoors, and mostly in the parks, everyone is very compliant and following the messaging that we have in our signage. That being said, there are times where areas of our basketball court do bring concern to not only our social distancing ambassadors, but also to our residents who make notes and complain to us that, hey, is this right? Is this okay? Should this be happening? It's a difficult situation because our social distancing ambassadors are youth themselves. So while they do try to reach out and the adult supervisors are with them, there have been times recently, and it's unfortunate because in the past, since we've done this, they've had great relationships and great responses at our basketball courts. But recently we had an incident where they were not welcome and they were treated aggressively. And that's just not appropriate, because all they're trying to do is just protect you and give you a face covering, as we've said in our ordinances and all that we've said for being in the parks and being in public settings. So we ask that people please enjoy our facilities. We have beautiful parks, but we do need to prevent the spread of disease in Maplewood, and it's everyone's responsibility to do that, and we can't do it without each other's cooperation.
Thank you for that, Ms. Davenport. I think it's unfortunate to hear about that situation. It's a very challenging situation where, we're asking our fellow residents and community to be mindful, and we've said this over and over again. We'll continue with the signage, and we'll be very positive and move forward in that direction. But at the same time, we'll hit an inflection point, and if people don't want to listen to, our heed your advice, which is keeping everyone safe, then we'll take other actions. We'll take down rims and we'll close tennis courts and we'll do what we need to do. That's it. I mean, if people are not going to listen, then, you'll force our hand to do stuff that we don't want to do. So there's an option here. You can listen and join with us as we try to keep our cases down and move our town forward with the continuing reopening that's occurring around us with indoor dining and other attributes. But if our greater community doesn't want to listen, then we'll have to take things away, and that's what we'll do.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Daffis. Thank you, Township Committee.
Are there any questions from anyone for Ms. Davenport?
I have one, just a comment and a question. You mentioned movie theaters are going to open. I spoke to the owner of the Maplewood Theater today. He is planning to open on Friday, September 11th. So he won't be opening this week. It'll be the September 11th. And he'll be having the movie Tenet, which is a very hot movie coming up. So one of the things I wanted to ask is I'd like to offer to him that you would do a walk through the theater. Is that okay?
Oh yeah, we were planning on doing it anyway, but the fact that they've pushed it to September 11th is even better for us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I just have one quick question. Ms. Davenport, the contact tracing rules, there was a little bit of discussion in emails today, or yesterday, whenever. Both Mr. Daffis and I mentioned that when we were away, we were asked for our name and phone number from somebody in our party when we dined out. Mine was Massachusetts. I think Mr. Daffis was in Maine. So where the restaurants here, what are they actually required by the state to do? And do we want to do more than that? If they only require that the reservations be the phone numbers they have, do we want to require everybody even walk-ins, just get a phone number for parties?
Thank you, Ms. Adams. That is so great. And I'm sorry that I forgot to mention that, but thank you for mentioning it. So in the executive directives for both outdoor and now indoor dining, it is recommended that restaurants, when they take a reservation, should take a phone number. That being said, people walk up to a restaurant and say they just want to sit and they don't make a reservation. So according to the law or the regs as they're written, the restaurants do not have to, although we have advised them in the past Board of Health meeting and, in the past, please, for contact tracing purposes, it helps us to identify who's eaten here at this establishment, because should someone be infected at that time or at this location, for example, a staff member or a patron, we can reach people much quicker if we have their contact information. So as a township, we could ask the restaurants to do this, and we have sent out the information to through the SIDS for Maplewood Village and Springfield Avenue to send out to the restaurants. And our inspectors can go out and reinforce that as well. I'm not sure how to go about requiring it of our restaurants to do that, but it is a strong recommendation in order to assist us with contact tracing in the future. And yes, I agree. I had the same experience when we went up to upstate New York in the Adirondacks. And it is comforting to know that people are doing it and you can actually engage in some kind of indoor and outdoor eating normalcy. But I think everyone needs to feel that we're all in it together, and people are doing the right thing by taking their phone numbers.
So if we, Mr. Davis or Mr. Desiderio, can we go further than the state mandate of just reservations and require our local eating facilities to just get a phone number from anyone who it doesn't even, it's usually just the parties, not every person in a party,
That's correct. Just one person at a table.
Right.
Party. Mm-hmm.
It's not a big deal. So I would have no problem making that a requirement. I just think it's prudent, but I don't know what everybody else thinks.
Mr. Desiderio, are we preempted from being able to do that?
Well, the governor's orders usually put something in with regard to that, but I really don't think there's any downside to Ms. Davenport sending a directive out to all of them, so directing that these phone numbers be secured. And then we can see what kind of reaction we get and what kind of result we get. But I think voluntary compliance based on that directive is a good idea.
Okay, I'll write a directive.
Should the Board of Health pass a motion instructing her to do so?
I think that's good for the record, Mr. DeLuca.
I move it.
I second it.
Dean, you have to call. You have to ask. You have to ask.
Oh yeah, right. So okay, great. Ms. Adams.
Oh yes.
Mr. DeLuca.
Yes.
Mayor McGehee.
Muted.
Mayor McGehee, you're muted.
Yes.
Laughing at you. I don't know what you did.
Mr. Lembrick.
Yes.
And I obviously seconded it, so motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, I move to adjourn the Board of Health meeting to meet.
Second. Oh, sorry.
October 6th, yes.
Sorry, second.
Adams,
Yes.
Mr. DeLuca,
Yes.
Lembrick,
Yes.
Mayor McGehee,
Yes.
Daffis.
Yes. Thank you, Mayor. It's your Zoom again.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. I'll tell you later why I laughed. All right, so we're now on to agenda item number 11, resolution number 213-20.
Mayor, let me just say before we get into these that this is the portion of the meeting for the hearings on both special improvement districts. Springfield Avenue Partnership budget first, followed by the Maplewood Village Alliance budget. All property owners have been noticed as to tonight's hearing, as well as the public notice according to law has been published in the Maplewood South Orange News Record. Item 11 is a resolution to read by title the special improvement district budget for 2020 Springfield Avenue Partnership budget.
I move the adoption of this resolution.
I'll second it. Ms. Fritzen, please call the roll.
Adams,
Yes.
Mr. Daffis,
Yes.
Mr. DeLuca,
Yes.
Lembrecht,
Yes.
Mayor McGee.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Fritzen. We'll now have a hearing on the 2020 Springfield Avenue Partnership budget. Now an open hearing. Glenn, do we have anyone?
I don't see anyone raising their hands, but I do know some merchants did reach out, so I'll just give it another second.
Thank you.
On that, oh, here we go. Hi, Sam, you're unmuted.
Oh, thank you so much. Good evening, everybody. I really thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak it out. As a merchant on Springfield Avenue, my name, by the way, is San Tan. I own the two businesses. One is a 10 Max Computer, and the other one is ATA Mixed Martial Arts. And then recently, I have a quite challenge with the Springfield Avenue Partnership, or you can call SAM, Springfield Avenue Maplewood. Initially, I did have some email, a blast from Sam, from SAP or whatever. I call it SAP. Let's do that. And then until I asked the Mother's Day, Nicole Wallace sent me the requirement to advertising on Mother's Day and Father's Day. So I did send both my businesses to Nicole Wallace. And then later on, after that, when I look at it, I say, excuse me, I don't see my two businesses. What's going on? Well, maybe she forgot or whatever it is. Father's Day coming up, I did exactly the same. I just make sure that she got it. Maybe she didn't get it the first time Mother's Day. So I did send it, both advertising, and she acknowledged, yes, I did receive both, but I didn't see it. Only Blue Life Karate has there. Both my companies doesn't exist in there. And then later on, when I email her, what happened to my advertising? Both of them. This is bad, I told her. And they immediately said, oh, okay, I'll send you the following day, Monday. So why? If you send it previously, you should have it to begin with. But he sent me to me. And then later on, he came to my shop. You want to talk? I said, I'm in the middle of something with a customer. I said, excuse me, no. I will speak if you want to present in the meeting Tuesday night. Let's do it. Let's talk about it. So apparently, she just walked out, and she mentioned one thing to me is I did individual email. That is true though. She emailed me Monday. That time, it has my two advertising, but she emailed me to myself. I said, hello, this is not right. You know, you just don't do individual. Should we blast everything? Should we include everything? You know, as a manager, to what I see, she's not fit to be a manager. The way that she does it, you know, to me, if she exclude one merchant,
30 seconds, Sam.
yeah, in the Springfield Avenue, is too many. But by the way, the bottom line here, all the small businesses in Maplewood is a backbone to the township of Maplewood. So if she exclude two, she's unworthy to be a manager. Thank you again.
Thank you, Mr. Tan. Appreciate your comments. We will we'll follow up, in terms of your concerns. This hearing is just about the overall budget. I think I understand what you're saying in terms of the scope of the budget. So we'll follow up, and I would love to have the opportunity to have a postmortem conversation with yourself and Ms. Wallace as we move forward to see how we could amend your experience. Glenn, do we have anyone else who wants to speak in the hearing?
I don't see any other hands raised.
Okay, closing the hearing then at this point. We'll now move on to agenda item number 12, which is resolution number 214-20.
Mayor, resolution confirming the assessment role for the Special Improvement District Springfield Avenue Partnership and the public hearing for the confirmation of the special district assessments.
Mr. DeLuca, may I get a motion, please?
Sorry. I already made the motion, but I was on mute, so I'll do it again. I move the adoption of this resolution.
And I will second that. Ms. Fritzen, can you call the roll, please?
Ms. Adams?
Mayor, Mayor, if I may, Mayor,
Yes.
if I may.
Yes, Mr.
Sorry,
Desiderio.
and I apologize because I didn't pick it up on the last one. You should have the hearing before you have the vote.
Fair.
Yeah, that's
We
right.
had
the hearing.
We had the hearing.
Well,
I thought this was on the this is on the Village Alliance, is it not?
No. This is still the Springfield Avenue Partnership.
Right.
Yeah,
Okay, then I'm
I know what you're confused about because we did just go through a motion and a vote. We should have had the hearing before the last time.
No. The first vote was just to read it by title rather than read the whole resolution. It's a
All right.
procedural issue.
Yes, that's
And then-
correct. Mr. DeLuca is right.
Then we heard then we had the hearing, and now we're voting on the main resolution.
My apologies.
That's okay. This is
Ms. Fritzen's got it together.
She's only been doing it for 35, 40 years.
Well, the SID hasn't been there that long.
All right, let's try the vote again, okay, Mayor? Ms.
Sounds good.
Adams?
Yes.
Mr. Daffis?
Yes.
Mr. DeLuca?
Yes.
Lembrick?
Yes.
Mayor McGehee?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Fritzen. We'll now move on to agenda item number 13. So it's resolution number 215-20.
Mayor, okay, now we're to the segment of the Maplewood Village Alliance. So this is a resolution to read by title the Special Improvement District Budget for 2020 Maplewood Village Alliance budget.
I move the adoption of this resolution.
Ms. Adams, can you get a second?
Second.
Ms. Fritzen, please call the roll.
Ms. Adams?
Yes.
Mr. Daffis?
Yes.
Mr. DeLuca?
Yes.
Lembrick?
Yes.
Mayor McGehee?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Fritzen. I will now have a hearing on the 2020 Maplewood Village Alliance budget. Glenn, do we see anyone willing to speak on the Maplewood Village Alliance budget?
I have no hands raised, Mayor.
Thank you, Glenn. We'll now close the hearing and now move on to agenda item number 14, resolution number 216-20.
Mayor, that's resolution confirming the assessment role for the Special Improvement District Maplewood Village Alliance and the public hearing for the confirmation of the special district assessments.
Mr. Mayor, I move the adoption of resolution number 216-20.
Ms. Adams, would you like to second?
Yeah, just unmuting.
Thank you, Ms. Adams. Ms. Fritzen, please call the roll.
Adams?
Yes.
Mr. Daffis?
Yes.
Mr. DeLuca?
Yes.
Lembrick?
Yes.
Mayor McGehee?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Fritzen.
Thank you.
We've now passed our two SID budgets. We'll now move on to a couple of ordinances on final. We have agenda item number 15. So Ms. Fritzen, this is our first ordinance on final.
Yes, Mayor. Ordinance number 3002-20. It's an ordinance to amend Chapter 271 of the Code of the Township of Maplewood entitled Zoning and Development Regulations. This ordinance will allow the occupancy of an accessory dwelling unit as herein defined in certain residential areas within the township where one person is at least 62 years of age or older.
The ordinance has been published, copies posted on the bulletin board in the municipal building and copies made available to the general public in accordance with the law. Does anyone want to speak on the ADU ordinance? Glenn.
I see no hands raised, Mayor.
Thank you, Glenn. Seeing no one, will close the hearing. Roger, do you want to speak on the memo that we received from the planning board?
Yes, Mayor, I would. So pursuant to statute, the matter was referred to the planning board for comment with regard to its consistency with the master plan. We received a memo back dated August 26, 2020. The memo states that there were 5 goals and objectives consistent with the master plan. However, 3 of the goals and objectives enumerated in the master plan would be potentially contradicted or undetermined by the proposed ordinance. They were promote market residential development in mixed development in commercial areas in such a manner not likely to pose an additional burden on the school system, prepare the physical housing stock and architectural and landscape character of residential neighborhoods, support the objectives of historic preservation, both for formal designated landmarks and general character of the township. So what basically is the planning board has some concerns with regard to it. I subsequently received a memo from Michael Edelson of the board as well, counsel for the board, with regard to it. And he summarized some concerns that were brought up. I know that 3 of you were at this meeting, and that the issue of the approval of the conditional use by the zoning officer is an issue which I believe is a legitimate concern and one that needs to be studied more. I understand, and Mr. Edelson understood also, the objective of trying to make this as streamlined as possible and as efficient as possible. However, given the concerns of the planning board as articulated by Mr. Edelson, I am recommending that you vote no on this ordinance. Let me go back and work through this in an attempt to try to come up with something that is consistent with the law on zoning, and then bring it back to you. We certainly will bring it back to whatever committees you recommend, but I think at this point it should not move forward.
Thank you, Mr. Desiderio.
Mr. Mayor, may I add something to that?
Please.
I just wanted to add that we are going to kick it back to code, which meets next Tuesday morning, I believe it is. I don't know what day it is anymore. So, we will revisit everything and start over.
Thank you, Mr. Desiderio.
I'm sorry. Mr. Desiderio, I just want to make sure that this doesn't become a circular thing where it has to go back to the planning board. Since the planning board looked at this and gave us their comments, we would be free to make changes and move on it without having to go back to the planning board?
Yeah, I mean, technically speaking, yes, you can. I mean, you always have the right to overrule the planning board. However, I think that their comments are legitimate, but yeah, we can probably effectively avoid doing that a second time, assuming that we can satisfy all of their concerns.
Well, I guess just a strategy question. Is it better to vote it down or to table it so that it stays active and doesn't have to be originated again? Because I think the argument might be that if we originate an ordinance, then it has to go back to the planning board.
Well, if the changes are substantive, I think that might be a distinction without merit, Mr. DeLuca.
Okay.
Okay, so I think, yeah, it's clearly going to be substantive, exactly.
Okay.
So again, I repeat my recommendation. I think it should be voted down, and I don't think we have to start over again. We just have to make some changes in how to best achieve the result. And I would be remiss because I believe in Mr. Edelson's comment. I think the general reaction, and those of you who were there could comment on this, was favorable from the planning board. They didn't oppose the concept of the ordinance. They just had some issues with regard to its implementation. Am I speaking correctly about that?
Yes.
That's fair. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Does anyone else want to? Go ahead, Roger. Sorry.
I just was going to say, we just have some work to clean it up. That's all.
Understood. Okay, well, I'm going to go ahead and ask for a motion, and then we can go from there for the vote. So can I get a motion, Mr. DeLuca?
I move this ordinance be adopted as a whole and the clerk be directed to publish the same as a passed ordinance in the Maplewood South Orange News Record according to law.
I second it.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll go ahead and call the roll. Ms. Fritzen?
Ms. Adams,
No.
Mr. Daffis,
No.
Mr. DeLuca,
No.
Mr. Lembrick,
No.
Mayor McGehee.
No. Thank you, Ms. Fritzen.
Okay, Mayor, so that ordinance fails.
Yep. Okay. Moving on to agenda item number 16, other ordinance on final.
Mayor, that's ordinance number 3004-20, bond ordinance providing for the local units eligible share of the flood mitigation facilities project by the joint meeting of Essex and Union counties, buying in the township of Maplewood in the county of Essex, state of New Jersey, the local unit, appropriating $1,845,000 therefore, and authorizing the issuance of $1,845,000 in bonds or notes to finance the cost thereof.
The ordinance has been published, copies posted on the bulletin board in the municipal building, and copies made available to the general public in accordance with the law. Does anyone like to speak on this bond ordinance for flood mitigation project with the joint meeting of Essex and Union? Glenn, do we see anybody?
Don't see any hands raised, Mayor.
Thank you. Seeing no one, we will close the hearing. Can I get a motion, Mr. DeLuca?
Mayor, I move this ordinance be adopted as a whole and the clerk be directed to publish the same as the passed ordinance in the Maplewood South Orange News Record according to law.
I'll second it. Any discussion? Hearing none. Ms. Fritzen, please call the roll.
Adams,
Yes.
Mr. Daffis,
Yes.
Mr. DeLuca,
Yes.
Lembrick,
Yes.
Mayor McGehee.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Fritzen. We'll now move to agenda item number 17. We have introduction of a new ordinance.
Mayor, that's introduction of new ordinance number 3005-20, an ordinance to adopt procedures for the licensing of body art establishments within the township of Maplewood. This ordinance will adopt the New Jersey Administrative Code regarding the licensing of body art establishments.
Mr. DeLuca, may I get a motion, please?
Yes, before I move this, I just want to challenge Mr. Lembrick to join me there for the first tattoos. I move, Mayor, I move the passage of this ordinance on first reading, its publication according to law in the Maplewood South Orange News Record, and a hearing to be held on September 15th, 2020.
Second.
Ms. Fritzen, please call the roll.
Ms. Adams,
Yes.
Daffis,
Yes.
Mr. DeLuca,
Yes.
Lembrick,
Yes.
Mayor McGehee.
Yes, and can I at least be there when this goes down?
I was voting yes on the introduction of the ordinance. It's a hard no from me, a hard pass.
That's awesome. All right. Moving on to agenda item number 18, we have another ordinance, introduction of a new ordinance.
Yes, Mayor, that's ordinance number 3006-20, also on introduction, an ordinance to vacate a portion of the Essex Avenue right-of-way. This ordinance will vacate a portion of the Essex Avenue right-of-way that will be used by the South Orange Maplewood Board of Education as part of its development.
Ms. Adams, may I get a motion, please?
I move the passage of this ordinance on first reading, its publication according to law in the Maplewood South Orange News Record, and a hearing to be held on September 15th.
Second.
Great. And just really quick, this is us, doing collaborative efforts with our with the Board of Ed, and I think it's a good thing. So, Ms. Fritzen, please call the roll.
Ms. Adams,
Yes.
Mr. Davis,
Yep.
Mr.
Yes.
DeLuca,
Yes.
Mr. Lambrecht,
Yes.
Mayor McGehee.
Yes. Thank you, Ms. Fritzen. We now have our third introduction of new ordinance.
Yes, Mayor, that's ordinance number 3007-20, an ordinance to direct the installation of a stop sign at Forest Road at its intersection with Essex Road.
Ms. Adams, can I get a motion, please?
I move the passage of this ordinance on first reading, its publication according to law in the Maplewood South Orange News Record, and a hearing to be held on September 15th.
Mr. DeLuca, can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Fritzen, please call the roll.
Mr. Adams,
Yes.
Mr. Daffis,
Yes.
Mr. DeLuca,
Yes.
Lembrecht,
Yes.
Mayor McGehee.
Yes. Thank you, Ms. Fritzen. We'll now move on to agenda item number 20, reports from departments. We'll hear from our CFO, Mr. Kaloje. Mr. Kaloje, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. As part of the best practices that the state requires us or looks for us to keep the governing body informed on a budgetary basis. So this is just our monthly budget through August 28th. I think we ran the report. So pretty much the end of August. The memo that I attached to it and distributed is pretty self-explanatory. If there are any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Mr. Kaloje, I know I sent you a couple of answers. I did have a chance to read your answers, so if you feel comfortable providing those answers, I'd appreciate that. They were relating to our revenue situation primarily.
All right, so if we focus on the revenue portion of it, some of the questions you had asked regarding the revenue is if we thought there was the opportunity or the chance that we'll see a bounce back to somewhat normal numbers through the fourth quarter. And unfortunately, in the four areas that we're most concerned about, which are the court, parking, daily parking permits, police outside duty, recreation, I don't anticipate us seeing any significant increase that's going to get us anywhere close to the numbers that we anticipated in the 2020 budget, or even matching 2019's revenue figures, which are what the 2020 numbers were based on. We're seeing a variation of being down anywhere from roughly 55% to 90% of revenues. Now, some of them aren't nearly as bad in terms of this year's budget. Recreation is probably a good example. We've lost revenue, but we've also haven't had any of the expenses that come with the programs that generate those revenues, and they tend to be cost neutral anyway. So that's certainly not going to be an issue. But where we're going to be faced with our challenges in 2021, we are only allowed to anticipate revenues as to what we collected in 2020. And obviously those numbers are going to be significantly down, and that's going to hamstring our ability to do anything with the tax levy like we did this year.
Okay.
Mr. Kaloje, there is some talk in Trenton about averaging those 3 years or a couple of years of receipts in order to base next year's budget on. Do you have any sense of whether that's going to move forward?
My understanding is that they are going to look to move forward with it. They're essentially, it got whatever the Assembly and the Senate put before the governor was conditionally vetoed. They all seem to be on the same page about where they want to go with this. Essentially, they would allow us to treat it as an emergency appropriation, similar to when we do a reval and we could stretch out those types of revenues or losses over the course of 5 years, 3 or 5 years. The haggling right now is over the 3 or 5 years. So I would anticipate that by the end of the year, they will have something in place that will allow to somewhat mitigate the dire straits that we're in right now.
That's good to hear. Also, too, I mean, we don't have to talk hard numbers here. We do have the report, but you mentioned the variances from 55 to 90. Obviously, if we're looking at whole numbers, just trying to like kind of, de-escalate the any concerns that obviously we could be looking at various types of revenue numbers, be it in 5 figures to 4 figures or even low 6 figures as well. The other question I had was on the expense side, which I mentioned was that I know that you talked about some expenses exceeding like IT, for example. And then also you mentioned that we haven't received our reimbursement from CARES. Do you see some of the incremental expenses related directly to COVID as a wash as we receive the reimbursements?
Yes, the reimbursement process that we go through with the county tends to be very fine-tooth comb. They're being super efficient because we're required to maintain the records for 5 years. So they're making sure that everything lines up exactly the way it needs to line up, so that 5 years from now, they don't need to ask a guy who couldn't remember what he had for lunch the day before, what happened 5 years ago. It's all squared away. So we anticipate the next reimbursement check coming in sometime next week. I just got word that we were approved for the other expense side. We are still finishing vetting the paperwork for them on the salary and wages, but that should be soon to follow. And we're going to start our next wave round of reimbursements on what we've been spending through August and into September, so that we'll be in line for that as well. So really, IT is probably a good example of it just being a lag. As soon as we get the check in, everything's going to go back to where it needs to be. I think the only really problem, the big problem area right now for us from an expenditure side is human resources. And again, that's just a function of a lot of the litigation that's facing the township right now.
Thank you, Mr. Kaloje. Does anyone else have any questions for Mr. Kaloje?
We did submit an estimate today for additional CARES expenses or additional expenses related to COVID. The county has asked us to do that because they may be upping our $636,000 allocation. If we can show that we potentially have some costs, and we're going to be able to do that. Plus,
yes.
Great. Thank you, Mr. DeLuca. Any more questions for Mr. Kaloje? Okay. Seeing none, you're off the hot seat, Mr. Kaloje, for now. So thank you for your time, and we'll see you tomorrow. Okay. We'll now move on to agenda item number 21, administrative reports. Ms. Riveros, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I wanted to report on the latest OEM meeting where we covered discussions on the November general elections. Liz can cover that. We're working on some communications and a landing page on our website to make sure that all of the resources regarding the elections, where you go, what you need to do in order to register, are followed there. So that communication will come out shortly. We're working on that. The school opening virtually, we're trying to work with administration. We're meeting with the school administration in order to make sure we have crossing guards at certain locations during certain times. Also, we were able to have a very good conversation with our PSC&G regional person, Mr. Joseph McQueen, about storm response. We are in midst hurricane season, and I just want the community to know that we are working closely with PSC&G to make sure that when things happen here, we have a direct line of communication with PSC&G. And that was our latest OEM meeting. We will have one to follow to update on general elections and any other executive order that the governor prepares us for. The second item, Mayor, that I have are jitney services. So earlier in the year, previously to June, we put out a survey for the jitney services, and our plan was to start them up in September. However, we did put out a survey at the beginning of August to see exactly what the commuter world looked out there. And most people will be going back into the city or Hoboken, wherever they take the train, at some point in 2021, whether it's January or unknown. And it was more than 50% of people that responded. So I'm making the recommendation to the Township Committee to start the jitney services January 2021.
Mr. Riveros, before you continue, should we make a motion on this one and vote on it?
That's what I'm asking, Mayor.
I'm fine with that. I'll move that.
I'll second.
Any further discussion?
Just one thing, if it may be that jitney riders will have to go to work and they'll drive cars to the train station. I don't think we want them to have to go buy permits. So can we just not enforce the permit parking between now and the end of the year, so that as jitney riders who can't take the jitney anymore, they have a place to park and we don't have to hit them for another fee?
Yeah, I think that's right and thoughtful.
Well, the only problem with that is other people might be parking, especially if the school's back in session, using those parking spaces. So is there another way to do that? Like perhaps give permits without charging and make sure people who are parking there have a permit so that, you know.
That's a good solution. So therefore they have a permit, but they incur zero cost.
Yeah, I think they have to come in with their jitney pass, right?
Yeah, something. I mean, they have to, yeah.
Yeah, if they come in with their jitney pass, we can give them a parking permit if they want that.
Yeah,
for
through
free.
the end of this year or whatever.
Oh, that's good. That's a good. Just don't want to have to charge them for something.
Right.
Agreed.
But the schools, once they're open, you know, they'll be using those parking spots.
Right, November 12th, I believe. That's a good solve, Ms. Adams. So Ms. Fritzen, please take note of that, and then we'll just have to work out the logistics. And then maybe even send out a communication to jitney riders who obviously have not been currently riding the jitney now for months, that when they get called back into Hoboken or Jersey City or the city, that this is a process to mitigate the fact that we're not activating jitneys until 2021.
Okay, yeah, I did make a note, and if I just could ask one question, Mayor. So it's something I did have to bring up during my report, but also the teachers, we normally start right at this time selling parking passes to the teachers at Maplewood Middle School. I don't know how many are going to be going into the building right now versus who's going to be working from home remotely. But is that going to be any kind of free pass, or are we going to be selling them at the normal rate that we would?
Good question. My initial thought is if we're not charging fees for those who are taking the jitney, then we should probably not charge the teachers in 2020, but then to start the charge in 2021.
Okay, so no charge in 2020 and initiate the fee at the current fee for beginning in January. I just want to be able to get it right.
Yeah. We may have to prorate it. I mean, we have to look at the fee, so we should probably continue this conversation when we have the numbers. But I think that if, you know, I mean, our teachers are part of our greatest asset, and if we're not charging residents at this point, you know, I think that's fair.
Are we charging for parking permits for commuters or just?
No, I think we were saying that we're not charging anybody in 2020.
Okay, I thought that was just for the jitney riders. Okay, that's fine with me.
Can I suggest that we kick this whole question about reimbursements and prorated fees to the Finance Committee, and we figure out how to do that, because we're going to have people that are going to come back to us this year and say, you know, I wasn't able to, you know, I paid the parking permit, I didn't use it. So I think we proactively can come up with a proposal to give to the Township Committee before the end of the year.
I agree with that, Mr. DeLuca.
Mr. Mayor, a question on the teacher parking spots. Were these otherwise sort of reserved parking near the middle school that the teachers used? And if that's the case, does the lack of, are we still going to be giving them permits even though they don't pay for them? And if not, is the lack of permits going to mean that those spots are sort of open to everyone, including people dropping their kids off or whatever, such that the teachers maybe don't get the spots?
It's a fair question. I don't think they're open to, it's an interesting question because I'm not sure where they park exactly. Ms. Fritzen, where do the teachers, to your knowledge, if you have it, where do they traditionally park in a historical school year?
Right, I do know. They, we don't reserve anything exactly for them, but they will park right around the perimeter, the side, the back and the Salter Place side, and certainly on some of the side streets. But we don't reserve spaces. They can also commingle in with the commuters because they do in essence have a commuter parking permit.
Okay, I think my concern is all that I don't think it's going to be an issue.
We have a sign on the north side of Maple that you can't, it's teacher parking only. And then also on Salter, it's teacher parking only. So no commuters can park there. So we'll figure out, we can give them, maybe we can give them last year's permit through the end of the year so that we can figure that out.
I think my daughter's singing in the background.
Oh, okay.
She's getting ready for the show, that's coming up this weekend in the park.
Why don't we kick this to Ms. Fritzen to figure out, and then she can report back to the Finance Committee, and we can figure out how to make everybody whole.
I agree.
For now, is there a vote though on moving forward with a policy?
With the jitney, right?
Yes.
We never voted on that.
Good catch, Mr. Daffis. Ms. Fritzen, we've now concluded our discussion. Exhausted the discussion at this point. Would you please call the roll?
Ms. Adams?
Yes.
Mr. Daffis?
Yes.
Mr. DeLuca?
Yes.
Lembrick?
Yes.
Mayor McGee?
Yes. Thank you, Ms. Fritzen. Ms. Averos, you now have the floor again.
Okay, thank you. The next item I have are the tennis courts. And at the beginning of COVID, we discussed using the tennis courts for some outdoor activity that included yoga or any exercising classes. There were permits that were issued, I understand, but we also have gotten a large amount of residents who are trying to play at the tennis courts during peak times, and they're not able to because of these yoga classes or outdoor activity classes. What I am suggesting or recommending to the Township Committee is that we try to facilitate those outdoor classes. And I do understand that now the gyms are allowed to open at 25% capacity. I don't want to deter the outside exercising classes for that in any matter, but I do want to use other public spaces because the tennis courts do get used heavily, and our community services director has been flooded with concerns about the usage during those peak hours, early hours, if you will.
I think any flat surface that's doable, like the tennis courts. I mean, when we first talked about that tennis courts weren't allowed to be used for tennis, so it made sense. So I'd leave it to Director of Community Services to work with her team and get a schedule together for any spaces that are appropriate. That's just.
I agree. We should kick it back to the department.
Okay.
Agreed.
Got it. I have a couple more items here, Mayor. First, I did want to address the community pool and the recent incident. I just wanted to update everybody that we're still working on an investigation. The town continues to make sure and look at all of our training, our processes, and that with the 2021 season, we're looking to make changes, both on how we recruit and our process on the staffing and selecting staffing. We cannot discuss any personnel matters. We are not going to address any personnel matters. Again, this is an ongoing investigation. So I just wanted to be very clear about that. But the township is making fundamental changes to how we hire at the Maplewood Community Pool.
Ms. Viveros, could you also discuss training and potential enhanced training we're going to have for staff and managers at the pool?
Sure. So part of the training, aside from the anti-harassment, that since I've taken over, obviously we've tried to do that on a yearly basis. We're also doing some anti-bias training. I think that's going to be part of the curriculum. We're also going to be doing some training on interacting with youth, both for our pool managers, our supervisory staff. That's equally important. They'll have a whole separate training for that. So there'll be some different changes in terms of training and how we do some preseason training also for our staff as they come on board. We're going to turn around our onboarding process. It's going to begin at the beginning of December. We're going to be working on some pretty clear job descriptions on expectations. I think that is really important part of the process in meeting and discussing everything with everyone and during the investigation.
And Ms. Viveros, could you also speak to efforts we might take to better familiarize our all of our employees, but particularly our seasonal employees and managers with the township's procedures regarding filing complaints or bringing complaints to their managers, and with managers handling those complaints and escalating them to town hall, because I know that was an issue here where there may have been some confusion about the process of where to report complaints, how to report complaints, and also how those complaints should have been escalated. And without addressing the past, can you talk about the future? And I know there were discussions of a handbook and getting people to better understand the policies of the township.
Sure. So our employee handbook, it was updated in 2019. It is on our website. It's always been accessible on our website through my department administration on the drop-down list. In there, it does describe fully what the complaint process is. Those forms will be ready available to any employee that has access to our ADP system and to our intranet website. That will be a new part of the new portion of the process going forward. That complaint process is, so if an employee has an issue, they can go ahead and to their supervisor. If the issue does not get remedied with their supervisor within a prescribed certain amount of time, which is outlaid in the handbook, they are to go to administration. If they ever feel that they are not being addressed in a manner that is effective or they're being heard, they are to go directly to administration.
So, Ms. Viveros, if they don't feel comfortable going to their supervisor because maybe theoretically they're part of the issue, then what do they do then?
Then the same, they go to administration. We have myself, we have 2 other staff members that are capable and will take complaints. Obviously confident, everything is confident, it's confidential.
And then what happens to the employee? Now they made a complaint, they don't feel comfortable working under that supervisor. What happens the next day after they make the complaint?
Well, we have to fully investigate before we make any decisions regarding staffing. And it depends on the situation and the severity of the claim. But first and foremost, receiving the complaint, looking at its merits, what exactly happened, bringing in all parties separately, addressing the department head, what they know, what their knowledge is of whatever happened. So it could be a couple days or so just to try to get the full scope of what the issue is. I don't like to, wait too long to make sure that if, depending on what the issue is, to make sure that there's, anything is remedied immediately.
So in the case of a situation similar to allegedly what's happening or has happened at the pool, and if a young person comes to a supervisor, or better yet, wants to complain about a supervisor, obviously it's a direct to one-on-one relationship, they come to the administration, therefore that action is made. Is there processes in place to immediately sever the two as soon as the complaint is made, regardless if it's under investigation or not?
It is at the it's management discretion to put someone on any sort of leave.
Okay, so we can
Pending an
recommend,
investigation.
so we could recommend as a township committee, theoretically, that if this case, a situation like this happened, then therefore that youth who's made that complaint about this supervisor who they work under and do not want to go back to work with that supervisor the following day can be reassigned to continue working away from that supervisor.
Mayor, I think you're asking me specific about personnel, a personnel matter, so I don't want to go into detail.
No, just
But if there's
situation, not personnel.
there's-
This is a situational question.
There to
I hear
go to
Rod- I hear
administration
Roger
to make any complaints.
Okay. I think we should look at that scenario.
Roger, would you like, do you have anything there? I thought I might have heard you.
No, I just was clicking on in case something came up. I'm fine. I mean, the problem you have with all of this is it's very delicate, and there's a due process aspect to all of these investigations.
Agreed. Mr. Daffis.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, Ms. Viveros, I have to applaud you. You found out about this in the 11th hour and you jumped right to it. And there's no question about your commitment here. As a woman, as a Latino woman, you get it. You get it really personally. You have 2 daughters yourself, so you get it. So I know that you have been scrambling to remediate the situation and to build a better system for everyone, for reporting of complaints, for the investigation process, and for greater transparency. I mean, work culture issues, which is what this is, are really complicated. As Roger said, you know, it's a very delicate situation, but this is not like, you know, a theft or an assault or something else that happens in the workplace. This is something that festers over a long period of time. So while some of these young ladies were able to finally courageously speak up because they felt that previous reports went unanswered or whatever it is, this has been going on for a really long time. And, you know, shame on all of us for not addressing this sooner, but we are where we are. I just want to offer a couple of my concerns here. And obviously we're not talking about personnel, and my concerns are not about personnel. My concerns are about process in other ways. I know that we do have an investigation that is being conducted right now on this matter, separate and apart from the internal investigation that yourself was involved in, that you were involved in, that you put together. The investigation is being conducted by our Labor Council. And I have some concerns about that because, you know, in these sorts of situations, in particular, harassment cases or bias cases, you know, we have to think about how neutral and truly a third party the investigatory body is. Our Labor Council is paid to defend the township. And in this case, we have, you know, a law firm, a big law firm, a notable law firm with experience in employment, of course, you know, investigating a situation regarding a whole bunch of young women. So there's an unequal level playing field there, if you will. So I want us to be mindful of that and perhaps bring in another party to work in tandem with our Labor Council. Or perhaps this is something that you have already spoken to Labor Council about, and you can communicate whatever advice you received here tonight to us and to the community. My other issue is about training. Again, you were front and center, you're spearheaded redoing our employee handbook, which had not been done in many, many years. You added the protected classes and better practice to meet the demands of today of where we are. But again, when we're talking about harassment and bias in particular, we should be mindful and we should be absolutely vigilant about training. If we are going to stop the buck with training provided by our insurance carrier, I would have some concerns about that because I've sat through that training. We've all sat through that training in our private jobs. It's really 101. It's very, very basic. And when you're dealing with a situation, a delicate situation such as this, where you're rebuilding culture, you really need training followed by additional training, followed by specific training to this issue. And again, there are plenty of groups who can offer us that expertise right here in our community, and in many instances free of charge. And my last process concern, is about reporting. You talked a little bit about, and thank you again, outlining a little bit what the reporting mechanism is going to be and how we're going to enhance it a little bit more. Certainly, we're going to get some advice from the outcome of the investigation. But there has to be, this is not a linear thing in bias and sexual harassment cases in particular. There have to be multiple reporting avenues. So if you're not comfortable reporting in person, you should be able to report online. If you're not comfortable reporting yourself, you should be able to report through an intermediary who can certify accordingly. Again, we have local groups with expertise here, members in our community who know the community really well, who can help us. That's not to say that what we're doing is not good enough. I'm just saying that for something so serious going forward, we really need to take every possible step that we can and bring everything that we've got to this. So that's all that I have to say about that.
Thank you, Mr. Daffis. At this point, any other comments, Mr. Limbrick or Ms. Adams? Mr. DeLuca?
Yeah, just on what Mr. Daffis was saying about the investigation. I think we should see what the investigation comes back with. We shouldn't prejudge it. We should just wait to see what it says. And there's nothing that would stop us at that point from doing something in addition to. So I think we ought to see what comes back, and that will inform us as far as the next step. So we have a process now. Let's follow that through, but let's not close the door. And say, I think you're right. There may be, there probably will be additional things we want to drill down on. And so I guess the question I have, Ms. Viveros, is when does that report due back?
In a couple weeks. There's some finishing.
So just the one thing that's I think is important here is that this doesn't get cold, that people's memories don't fade, and they say, well, the pool's closed, so why worry about it? So there is a bit of a time issue here. I think we want to get this wrapped up as soon as we can. And if that report comes back in a couple of weeks, then we need to really commit ourselves to, at our next meeting on the 15th, having the second stage of our plan and the remedies out there so that we can talk about it among ourselves and hear some community feedback. So let's push our attorneys to get that done.
Yes, it's not our typical attorneys. Just to Mr. Davis's point, it is a removed party that we typically don't consult with that is doing the investigation. And just on the additional training component to this, the community services director is tasked by the beginning of October 5th, there's a deadline to resubmit a whole report on how the onboarding. Now, I've given my criteria, what my expectations are, my directives, if you will, but there is an expectation from the community services director to deliver something to me so we can begin the process. And like I said, there's quite a bit there, including some job descriptions, some pre-season training that will happen, and some background checking that we're able to do, in addition to some training that happens on when you're handling young children. So that will be part of the training. Similar to what we dealt with over at DPW, we did a culture study, and that gave us a whole different perspective. So that might be something we want to consider, is trying to do a similar culture study, and having a consultant look at the over layering, issues of youth and managers, and how to, have those relationships work in a working relationship. I do acknowledge that it's a first-time job for our youth, as many of us have experienced. I myself worked at the Boys and Girls Club, so I get it. You kind of go in blind, and it's your first job and extra money. So I at the same time, I want to make sure that we create a level of expectation for everybody. So that's what we're going to be working on, and it won't go silent, at least not on my end or on my watch. We're going to be working this because there will be some funds that we need to allocate for training and staffing during this plan. So we're going to start budget discussions in the next 2 months, again, for 2021, and that'll be part of that.
Thank you, Ms. Rose. There are a couple of things I'm keenly interested in, and definitely one is, as Mr. Davis started to talk about, and I alluded to, is the reporting factor. I like to see that very robust. I wasn't talking about personnel, I'm talking about situations. Could be anybody. I want to see that really well vetted out. I want to have several ways to be able to make a complaint, and I also want to see that, investigation or not, that we sever any supervisor related to any employee if they make a complaint up directly. We need to do that immediately. So I'm looking forward to seeing that. The other thing too is I want to make sure that I understand you clearly, is that as we start the preseason, that everyone has to reapply, that there are no promises. No one is coming back unless they get rehired. So if you were hired this year, that doesn't mean you're coming back next year. So we have a whole new pool staff, a whole new management, all new lifeguards. Everyone could be gone next year, correct?
Correct. We are going to be doing interviews. So that will be another a new part of the process.
Thank you.
Just on that, does that include pool management as well?
Absolutely. Actually, their onboarding process will be scrutinized even more. There will be fingerprinting. There will be what we typically do for full-time and part-time employees. It's a personality performance evaluation. It's a bit of a quirky kind of personality evaluation, but I've found it valuable and something the township's always done for years. And you kind of get to see a little bit of sort of the integrity, morale, so some ethical part of what you have to deliver as an employee. So that'll be a new part of the onboarding for supervisors.
That's terrific. Thank you. And I agree with Mr. DeLuca's several phases of this. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, everyone. Ms. Averos, you still have the floor.
And I have 2 more items. I'm going to kick this over to Glenn. This is to update us on the Wi-Fi pilot program and where we are with the project. And I did submit, forward it to everyone, Mr. Mikulowski's recommendations. We talked about it and I fully support those recommendations. Now we want to make sure that the Township Committee, if you have any other additional questions or where we go from here. So Mr. Mikulowski, go ahead.
Sure. The memo that's circulated, I won't go into too much detail, but I will recap. So as you know, for the public, we had the participatory budgeting project last year, and of it, we allocated a portion of our capital budget to do this Wi-Fi pilot in the Seth Boyden area of Maplewood to meet a digital divide need for our families that are on free and reduced lunch. In partnership with the school back in March, we reached out to families who met the eligible criteria. We surveyed them who might be interested in signing up for the program. And of that survey, we received, which grew to 58 families. We mailed applications in May. We received 0 responses of people that were interested. We revisited the process. We brought in social workers. We've reached out to every family individually. And after even one-on-one assistance through the process, we had about 10 families of those 58 who are still interested and 48 who are not interested in the program. So to date, even of those 10 families, as of August 31st, we still have 0 signups. So that leaves us with a couple of recommendations on how we can move this project forward, how we can meet some of this need, and how we can make use of the equipment that we do have. And of those 2 options, I recommended that we construct the remaining antennas on township-owned property and leave the network entirely open and just have a free open-air network. Obviously, the initial phase that we had, we wanted to target people in the home because the signal would degrade, so we needed equipment in the home. This option would not provide home installation. That would be option 1. Option 2 that I would suggest is that we continue to target families in that area where we have the current antenna located, but we use the existing inventory that we have within the range of Seth Boyden and consider maybe an alternate location for the other antennas. Some possible locations include Town Hall. There may be an HPC SHPO impact there, so I don't know if that's a good feasible location. The library. The police station roof was part of our initial network design that had some good coverage. But if we take this hybrid approach, I would recommend that we also explore some Wi-Fi charging infrastructure and some wayfinding signage to let people know that there is access available because we have a pretty good portion of the funds still unexpended, so we can do some good work. But I would also welcome any alternate ideas, or I will also put out to the vendor to give us some ideas of feasibility and alternate network designs. But essentially, I guess the recommendation I would have is that we target the families that we have, those 10. We give them what we can, which is a reliable broadband connection, but we also simultaneously open the network publicly to anyone who can get a signal.
So
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Mayor.
I was just going to ask if anyone had any questions or concerns or questions regarding what Glenn articulated.
Thank you, Mayor. So Glenn, how does that work when it's an open system without in-home installation? What does that mean for you if you're living in the area and you don't currently have internet?
That would mean that the signal would be degraded in the home. So I couldn't guarantee reliable service in someone's home. You would probably have to be in your yard, in a parking lot, move near the antenna. You couldn't get service. The customer installs were to amplify the signal and to help the radio signal penetrate into the home so we could give an actual broadband connection. So you wouldn't lose that signal strength.
And can you talk a little bit about, I know that this has been a partnership with the school district since the beginning, and we have in recent months, as you said, based on these challenges of actually getting people connected, we've been working with the social workers in the school district, Karen Weiland and her great self and her great colleagues, to actually reach out to people on the phone and sort of walk them through it and hold their hand. what are we learning from that process? Why aren't people signing up?
I think it's a mix of trust and, traditionally some of these vulnerable populations, there's some distrust with government. There's also, it's can be too good to be true. I mean, if someone knocked on my door and said, I have this great thing for you and it won't cost you anything, I know this is all speculative. But a lot of folks from the objective things that I received from the social worker were that they just were not interested, and there was some distrust. That was all I really got from them.
So the open air network is essentially a hotspot, right?
Correct.
And what if we created a designated area, at least for the beginning of this school year, since it's going to be virtual, and we know there are going to be people who don't have access to the internet at home, right? What if we created some sort of designated space in a parking lot or something where we could promote heavily and market to households in the area that they can go there and take advantage of this and use this as a way to bridge over into installations at home?
That was something that was discussed with the school in partnership with them. We were going to have a demo area set up, let people know it was open. I don't know what happened there. There was just not much. There wasn't much buy-in when we pitched it from the social work team. But that was part of my second recommendation, that we do, get some signage, some wayfinding, and that infrastructure, so we can kind of advertise that it is there. And then maybe in that wayfinding signage, if you meet the eligibility criteria, we do have 36 pieces of equipment still in our inventory that we can target those folks in need.
Mr.
Can we,
Go ahead.
Can we kick this to our little subcommittee, Mr. Daffis, and
Sure.
maybe have a meeting this week by Zoom and have the our technical expert join us to just figure out what we're doing? Because the same issues with the, we heard on the OEM call, the library has systems where people outside can utilize it in the parking lot or on the front lawns or what have you. So maybe we could do something, at the community center, at DeHart, the senior center. So why don't we kick it back, figure out, I think all of us agree we want to get as much access to this as possible. And let's figure out how to do it and just move forward with it and just make it open.
I agree with that.
Okay, I'll talk to you guys offline tomorrow and set it up.
Great, thank you.
Perfect. Ms. Riveros, I think you have one more item.
Yes, I'll kick this off to Glenn, but also this item includes bringing us up to Zoom rooms and trying to transform our technology a little better in our committee rooms and including our OEM building. We've been trying to enhance our OEM building to make it a true OEM building, and that includes a generator and some technology, and we've added that to the building. So Glenn, if you could just go over what we're going to be implementing over in the committee room.
Yeah, so in response to the pandemic, obviously, we've all had to kind of change the way we do things. So on September 8th, our vendor will be in to start the install of, obviously, our previously planned capital project to upgrade the streaming system in the committee room. But we've also made some additional changes, given capacity restrictions and such. Me and Sonia were discussing some overflow monitors in the hallway. So if the committee chambers, when we do return to in-person meetings, there'll be some overflow monitors in the hallway that will have some digital signage that will run when there aren't committee meetings, similar to what we discussed earlier in the year, Mr. Daffis, where we could put something on the TV and send it out to the cable networks. That'll be part of it. People will be able to watch the meetings in the hallways if they're unable to enter the committee chamber due to a capacity restriction. The small committee chamber will be outfitted with a Zoom room. So if we do return to some hybrid form of meetings in the near future, people who are comfortable can come in. There'll be a device on the desk. You just boot up the Zoom room. Members of the public can join online for subcommittee meetings or whatever public meetings are being held. And then that same equipment will be available in the OEM room for public meetings. So as we start to return to our subcommittees, we'll have that flexibility.
Yeah, that's exciting.
Oh, the installation will be completed by September 18th. So there's a possibility we may have to do one more committee meeting online before returning if it's not finished by the 15th. Sorry. Sorry.
The mayor's not going to be happy.
That's great. Thanks, Glenn.
Thank you, Glenn.
Though.
Sorry. We'll survive. Cool. Ms. Averos.
That's all we have, Mayor. If the Township Committee has any other items for me.
Any more questions for Ms. Averos? Okay. Hearing none. Thank you, Ms. Averos. Mr. Desiderio.
I have no report, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Desiderio. Any questions for Mr. Desiderio, though? Hearing none, silence is golden. We'll now move on to Ms. Fritzen.
Thanks, Mayor. I have a couple of things. I guess I'll start out with voting. And in the meantime, we started to, not for distribution yet to the public, but mainly today for the Township Committee to take a look at some of the pieces that we've been putting together for voter information for our residents. And I think they're kind of more eye-catching than some big, long statements that we might put out, because it sort of lets people, I think it catches their attention. So you all receive them today. Again, they didn't go out to the public and they won't. One piece still has some missing information because we don't know the answer to several questions yet. But voting locations, I sent the Township Committee forwarded email from the Board of Elections where by the end of the week, we must make some recommendations as far as polling locations, physical polling locations within the township. And we would be able to increase it to 4 locations. So I think you all know, because I have already indicated what my preference would be. We talked about these earlier at the OEM meeting, that we would be interested in not necessarily having the town hall again as one of the 3, if that was all that we would be entitled to, but certainly staying with the Maplewood Community Center, adding Clinton School in the place of the town hall, and keeping the Woodland. So if we were allowed to go to 4, and again, there's going to be costs associated with adding a polling location from 3 to 4 that the township would have to assume. Possibly you can get the money from the CARES Act. Mr. DeLuca and I spoke about that today. But it would also be great to help with cutting down on any types of lines. So I think that the effort would be well worth it, and we would try, of course, to recoup the money through the CARES Act. Maybe we couldn't get all of it, but I still think it would be a great effort to help our residents as far as actually being able to vote in a timely fashion. The other item, which I jumped on right away, it was also discussed at the OEM meeting, that the selection of a ballot box location that had to be monitored with security cameras. We have that, and it looks like we will get the Maplewood Police and Court Building. And again, every town in Essex County will get a ballot box this time, which will be which is the right thing to do. So really, I'd talk about tonight, voting locations, if you would want to go from 3 to 4 or stick at 3.
So Ms. Fritz, and I know I emailed you today about this. I'm an advocate for making it, as easy as possible, convenient as possible for our community to vote. So I'm in favor of 4. Also with COVID, environment, it does reduce the amount of clustering. So I'm personally in favor of it, but love to hear from my colleagues and their thoughts.
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah.
as well. Yes, as well, of course.
Same here.
Sure.
So, Ms. Fritzen, there you have it. I mean, we can obviously we can do a motion, take a vote, or you can just run with it, your choice.
I'll run with it.
Okay.
I don't think you need a vote on that.
Okay, just double
Thank
check.
you. Pretty
You're
good.
Ms. Fritzen, can I ask, Ms. Fritzen, just a question, on the drop-in box, do you have a sense as to how often they will be picking up the ballots from there?
I have no sense. I have no idea. I have never heard how often that is done. And I just don't want to make an answer that I just don't know. Would it be daily? Would it be twice a day? Would it be 4 times a day? I don't know. What's the size of the box? Not sure.
Well, there's a way we could get that picked up more rather than less. I think that would be in our favor.
Absolutely. Okay, so what I will do tomorrow morning is right away indicate to the Board of Elections our 4 polling places. I feel pretty confident that we will get them. And again, no promises were made yet, but the ballot box situation, I'm sure we will get. If there's any other questions on voting, I'll try to answer them. It's just even from the Clerks Association in the state of New Jersey, as well as the Essex County Clerks Association, of which I'm a member and pretty active in both. Information is just really, really slow to be distributed to any of us. I have a couple more things if you want to leave the voting topic for now. And Mayor, is that okay?
Yes, Ms. Fritzen.
All right, so just some upcoming things for the next Township Committee meeting. We will be entertaining the renewal of liquor licenses that expire September 30th. And we have normally 3 resolutions on the agenda. One would be for the only club license that we have in town, the plenary retail distributions and the plenary retail consumption licenses. And again, I'm going to be forwarding reports to you from the findings of police, fire, finance, court, and code enforcement, whether or not they have any outstanding violations. Those that I do know about already, we've been working to mediate them with the licensees so that we don't have a problem on the 15th where their license cannot be part of the resolution. I also anticipate on the 15th at the tail end of our meeting, needing a little bit of time for an ABC meeting for a change in corporate structure for one of our licensees, KV Liquors on Springfield Avenue, adding 2 partners to the license. Again, this local ABC, Maplewood / Township Committee, has always wanted to have hearings when it comes to even changes in corporate structure. So I assume we'll follow through as we always have. Some towns don't do it, but we do. And they also had to make their publication on the newspaper, which has happened. And then I'm anticipating another one in the near future. That's Pickett's, also adding two pretty minority members, like 1% each. But again, we're not ready for that one yet. So that's all I have, unless you have any questions.
I have a question. So if there are issues that aren't found with any liquor license holder, that aren't necessarily found through Board of Health or through the health department or police, but there are complaints that we've gotten, do you notify that license holders requesting them to appear at this regular ABC meeting that they might normally not be there?
We would, and we have, but I've already looked over the police reports, and there's nothing, I don't think that's.
No, I mean outside of police reports.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
like, right, if you've
Yeah.
heard.
Roger?
Ms. Adams, the answer is you can compel them to appear for any reason you would like, yes.
Okay. And how much time do they need for that? What kind of notification do they get?
Well, in fairness to them, I think you should let them know what the complaints are and possibly the source of the complaints at least 2 weeks in advance, so they could be prepared to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, so we should notify Liz of any of those so that she can
Yes.
notify them.
Do you have complaints
Yep.
that you want to bring forward to me?
We do.
Okay. All right, then let me know, and then we can make the issues known.
So can I just piggyback on this? I was in town hall today and picked up the police report. And St. James Gate has 5 social distancing complaints. And I'd like to bring them in for a hearing. They're the only bar that has any social distancing complaints. And with the opening up of indoor dining and 25% and all that, I'd like to have a conversation with them about social distancing.
I agree with that.
And I also would like, I know you're bringing in KV Liquors, that's Joe Canals, for the change, for the corporate change, but I also would like to have them come in and defend their license, even though they just opened.
Fair.
So I'd like to give them notice about talking about their operation and how the new owners are going to take responsibility that the current owner represented to us when we approved the person-to-person transfer.
I think that's fair. And with the St. James, have they gotten, you said 5 complaints, have they been citations issued?
I don't know that. It just says, it just has a list here: 2 disputes inside bar, 2 fire alarms, 1 medical aid, 1 noise complaint, and 5 social distancing complaints. So I don't know the disposition of those.
Okay, I absolutely agree they should come in.
Do you want both of them brought in for the 15th?
I would.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Ms. Adams and Mr. Daffis, if there are others, you'll get those to Mrs. Fritzen in advance?
I'm sending it right now.
Okay.
Okay, and I would think that you want to bring them in at the tail end of our meeting when ABC issues are commonly addressed, or did you want them during the main portion of the Township Committee meeting?
I think we can have them at the end like we traditionally do with ABC.
Okay, Mayor, thank you.
Thank you.
That's all that I have.
Could we all be shared with whatever is being sent to Ms. Fritzen so that we all know what we're hearing and stuff?
Mr. Daffis, I think that's a question for you, sir.
Most certainly. I have shared this before with everyone. I'm sharing it again.
Thank you. Any more questions for Ms. Fritzen? Hearing none. Thank you, Ms. Fritzen.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll now move on to agenda item number 22, reports from elected officials. We'll start with the gentleman who is with us in spirit, but maybe further away than most, Mr. Limbrick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Given that I don't have anything urgent to report and that it is almost 10:30, I will just wish everyone good luck with back to school next week, and I have no report.
Thank you, Mr. Limbrick. Any questions for Mr. Limbrick? Okay, thank you, Mr. Limbrick. Ms. Adams.
Yes, I just have a couple things that I just wanted to touch on. I know we have like 50 million discussion items tonight, so I want to be brief, and I hope my colleagues will also be brief. That's just me being me. So a couple things about, we do have the Maplewood Village nomination to be placed on the National Register of Historic Places. That meeting with State Historic Preservation Office is a virtual meeting at 8 p.m. on September 9th. Ms. Fritzen, I believe you sent out notices to all the commercial property owners in the village. Is that correct?
That's correct. I sent out notices to 39 properties.
Okay.
In addition to the fact sheet that was put together by the Historic Preservation Commission.
Right.
I also noticed the meeting according to law in the Maplewood South Orange News Record as a public notice.
Great. So that's at 8 o'clock on the 9th, September 9th at 8 p.m. And it'll be run by the chair of the Historic Preservation Commission. So that, just to let people know, the National Historic designation is honorific, if that's the right word, only. It does not really impact what a property owner can do with their properties. So there's often a lot of fear about it, but it is something that's puts things that have historic significance, whether it's district or a property, to make note of them. And so it's good for a lot of reasons. There are also a lot of neighboring towns, but anyone interested in that should arrive at that 8 p.m. meeting via Zoom. And if you need the link, it should be on our website. Ms. Fritzen can get it to you too. Also, the striping of the Black Lives Matter mural on Springfield Avenue in the eastbound lane, right by 1618, which is the police station, will begin tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. So if you normally travel on Springfield Avenue, you might want to avoid that tomorrow morning. And I just wanted to bring up that we have effective October 1st, we passed an ordinance, as everyone should recall, on the use of disposable food serviceware. While the plastics industry took great pains to try to demonize reusable and make single-use plastic bags sound like they were safer during COVID, they are not. And in an attempt to push municipalities like ours, who were considering plastic bag bans, for example, to stop those bans or not do them. I was pleased to see that Milburn proceeded anyway as planned. Summit, on the other hand, was supposed to go into effect May 1st, and they have postponed that. So our disposable food serviceware ordinance is supposed to go into effect October 1st. And I personally would like to continue with that and ask that our environmental advisory and our green team in particular pick up their efforts, and the township to get, or the health department or whoever should get information about this ordinance out to all the businesses that provide food, utensils, condiments, everything we talked about in this ordinance, so that they can remember, because it feels like years ago, and we want to remind them that this is something that we should proceed with implementing as of October 1st. I'm open to going very easy on enforcement at least for the rest of this year, but without citations necessarily, but to keep the styrofoam and the other single disposable food serviceware applicable on October 1st. And I open it up to my colleagues for anybody's opinions on that.
Ms. Adams, I support moving forward with the ordinance at this point. I think the key is, like we've had with the other ordinances that align with this, is education. And I think we'll have to have a little more of a runway for 2020 with all things being so unique. But I don't think we should stop moving forward with something that we've already passed.
I think you froze.
Uh-oh.
Well, while we're waiting him to unfreeze, I agree with the mayor, and we have our Sustainable Maplewood meeting Thursday morning. We can talk about the strategy of how to coordinate our messaging and just move forward with it.
I agree with it too. I think we need to also include, as we always do with these things, our SID managers and our public health officer, especially in light, we talked about this last time, I think, last TC meeting, in light of the confusion out there among some restaurants that the outdoor dining public health directives included some sort of compulsory disposable, plastics requirement. It did not. It does not.
Right.
Somehow restaurants got that from somewhere and they started doing that, thinking it's safer or more sanitary. It is not. And so there's going to be some confusion out there, if not pushback. So education is going to be key.
Yeah, I agree. And I think because even the sit down restaurants, when, I went to one in the village, when we got back from vacation, and they just put those packets of fork, knife, napkin in this cellophane thing just on the table. Like there was no even option to have, we had real plates and real glasses. So I don't know why you can't have real silverware. It's all getting washed. So we need to make sure that that food serviceware, the disposable stuff, is not just automatically given out when you're eating in. When we wrote this ordinance, it was for when you were getting to go, that it didn't just get automatically thrown in. So, okay, I'm glad there's support for that. And then lastly, I just wanted to report that we installed cameras in the restrooms at Maple Crest Park, although they're currently closed in the building, not in the actual restroom, sorry. But because, it's been a pet peeve of mine to have porta-johns in our beautiful parks. So trying to utilize the buildings that we've already, fixed up for that. And then there were ancillary misdeeds happening in the other parts of the building. So now there will be cameras that are linked into the police station. We still have to solve that problem. So Mr. Daffis, I think you're gonna take over because I'm done with my report.
You're gonna be pleased, Ms. Adams, because I'm not gonna offer a report. A lot of what I'm working on, we've either covered already or we are about to in our very long discussion agenda. So I'll leave it there.
But I think you might need to pick up the meeting, though.
You have to run the meeting.
Right. That's sort of what I meant.
Mr. DeLuca.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. A few things real quick. Just so everyone knows, the tropical storm Isaias, we spent, the town, about $300,000 in salaries and disposal costs for our Department of Public Works, our police, and our fire. Hopefully, we will be reimbursed for some of that. I have not heard yet whether we will, but we've compiled all the expenses, and we've submitted them to both the county and the state as requested. This Friday at 7 p.m., we're going to have hot jazz at the gazebo, a group called Gotham Easy. So come on out, socially distanced. We had our first gazebo concert last Friday. It was really good. Also this weekend, our division of arts and culture are really moving ahead. We have the Distance Theater Youth Collective. It's 26 middle and high school students. They'll be in Memorial Park Amphitheater, and I believe that's Friday and Saturday. And Madison McGehee will be performing at that time. Cross your fingers, whatever else you do, good luck. We hope library funding this month, September. And we're really hoping that it comes through, and we're doing whatever we can to make sure that happens. The Maplewood Arts Council, we're moving ahead with our Maplewood Black Lives Matter Poetry Project. We're close to raising our $4,000 goal. We have a poetry panel review that's been looking at the poetry, at the different poets. And our goal is to have this up in October, or as soon as maybe even the end of September, but certainly in October. Thursday, the 10th of September at 7:30 p.m., we have a Prospect Street traffic calming public meeting. That's a Zoom meeting, and you can go on to our website on the calendar and find the connection there. And lastly, our affordable housing homeownership program. We've been working with Hands very closely. We've identified homes. They have been out looking at some homes, and we found a few possibilities that we're going to be continuing to look at. So we're pretty busy here in Maplewood. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DeLuca. I believe our mayor is back. Mayor?
I am back. I'm loving technology tonight. I'm telling you right now. Can't not wait to get back into town hall. All right.
You're up for a report. Yep.
Yeah, Mr. Dappers, why don't let you give your report then? Have you given it already?
He already did.
I already did. I said no report, so you're up.
Oh, wow, great. Did we touch on the Prospect Street traffic calming?
Yes.
Great. And I heard Nancy touch on the historic preservation. And I did mention I was supporting the ordinance. I don't know if you heard that before I cut out.
Yeah, we did.
Okay, great. So then, so I just have, now I only have 3 things, which is great. So really quick, just that, we're looking at, we're obviously investing in all our parks. We've, spent great efforts to recently to do a lot of work into Hart. It looks great with the new basketball courts, the tennis courts. We're doing some traffic calming in some of the parking area there. Some great efforts there. And also Memorial Park, we continue to do great things. We've obviously got the grant for the bridge rather, but we also want to recognize that, Maple Crest Park is near and dear to our heart as well. And so we're looking at an improvement plan for the recreation area of Maple Crest Park. A survey went out a couple weeks ago, and there is a roadmap that we're looking at to figure out what to do with that open space. And so most of my colleagues on here tonight will be part of that ongoing conversation. We'll have a public meeting or 2 public meetings as well. Our recreation department will be involved. Engineering, planning, and public works will be involved, as well as open space trust fund. So I know we've received some correspondences about, hey, what about Maple Crest Park? Well, we're still thinking about Maple Crest Park. Even in the storm, it received significant damage. We lost that fence again. So, so we'll keep, we'll build those fences. We'll keep building fences in that regard. So more to come on that. The other thing I wanted to touch on briefly is that I had a sit-down meeting with our U.S. Postal Management. We've received several complaints regarding the lack of mail delivery in our community. I reached out to Congressman Payne's office. They were very helpful in facilitating the conversation. So I met with the regional director as well as the union postmaster, just regarding the concerns of our residents and our community. I'm happy to report that they are under what's underway now is the process of a mass hiring, and it's going to be very impactful in a positive way for Maplewood. We're going to increase our postal individuals from 24 carriers to 30 carriers. So that's a significant increase across the region. They're hiring over 100. It was communicated to me that over the last several months, they've been directly impacted by COVID, retirements, lack of support at the federal level, and then, of course, this summer with just summer vacations. So it was a perfect storm for them. They do apologize. I'll be in touch with them every week with the regional director as we move forward. They're also hiring postal clerks as well, which I think is a very good thing. The last thing that I want to touch on is something that we did touch on briefly this evening, but I do want to say a few things about the pool. And that is, on August 17th, the day after my birthday, we were made aware of the ongoing complaints regarding harassment and misconduct at our community pool. I personally want to thank the young people who had the courage to come forward to share their stories. I also want to acknowledge those who have not come forward and may be suffering in silence. It is important that we offer them grace as well. Again, I want to extend my sincere apologies to those who were impacted. I say that with great respect, humility, and listen, as we continue this investigation, Mr. Veros articulated these events which have allegedly transpired. We don't take this stuff lightly, and this is why we took immediate action once we were informed of it. I also honestly want to thank and recognize and acknowledge the parents and the guardians who stepped forward, who reached out. As a parent of a young teenager, Columbia High School student, my wife and I would have done the exact same thing without question. We would have been right there too. So I totally understand and acknowledge what those parents and guardians did stepping forward, and I appreciate their efforts as well. You have our commitment. We're taking these allegations very seriously, and we'll do everything under our jurisdiction to transform the culture and the climate. We will create a respectful, transparent, and supportive environment for everyone. So thank you. I just wanted to put that on the record. And that is my report. Okay, we'll now move on to agenda item 23, which is discussion items. The first one is Fulton versus the City of Philadelphia, SCOTUS case. And this is about mayors and township committees against LGBTQ discrimination via the Freedom for All Americans. And Mr. Daffis, you and I will tag team this. I'll let you lead off while I grab my notes.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, so set for oral argument this fall at the Supreme Court is yet another LGBTQ landmark civil rights case, Fulton v. City of Philadelphia. The case concerns the issue of LGBTQ equality versus religious freedom. The City of Philadelphia ended its contract with Catholic Charities there after they refused adoption and foster care services and opportunities to same-sex couples and families. And here we are again, pitting the free exercise of religion against equality for all. I just want to report that Mayor McGehee is following in the footsteps of former Mayor DeLuca as another mayor against LGBTQ discrimination. We were invited through the Freedom for All Americans nonprofit advocacy group to join as a friend of court. This is a typical thing that happens when submitting briefs, building a broad coalition of members of the community, including, of course, elected officials throughout. So thank you, Mayor. I really, really appreciate your support, and so does the community. What would you like to add?
Thank you, Mr. Daffis. I mean, end of the day is that, and I have my notes here. It's just that, I want to be part and continuing to be a part of that critical voice, to support the enforcement of local LGBTQ protections and opposing any attempts to create an ability to discriminate. So I'm on board, and I know we're all on board, and so I fully support this.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll now move on to discussion item number 2, which is the police social workers. Mr. Limbrick, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this is something that I have been speaking with some of our colleagues in South Orange about, including Village President Cullum, Chief Kroll, and on our side, Chief Duvall. And it's also something that we discussed at our last Public Safety Committee meeting with those present, including Ms. Averos and Deputy Mayor Daffis. We're really thinking about how can we reimagine policing in our community, and how can we augment our existing law enforcement services with something that will be more community-centric and more tailored to meet some of the issues that on a daily basis our police are called to confront, not necessarily because they are the best people to deal with that situation, but just because there's no one else to call. And what we've been discussing would be a pilot program between our 2 towns, where starting next year, hopefully we could bring in a social worker who would report to the chiefs of police, who could evaluate the needs within our departments in terms of, what types of calls we're getting that a social worker could respond to, or at least follow up on after police have responded, and use that training, that experience, that expertise in a way that would benefit the public, in a way that our police officers simply don't have the training in the background to do. Both chiefs were very enthusiastic about this idea. Both also expressed that they're not sure, at least initially, that either department on its own would have enough volume to keep someone full-time. But the thought was we could, as sort of a way of exploring this, do this as a joint project, hire someone together. Because of the way the towns are structured, Maplewood would likely be the lead agency, but this person would spend time in both communities. Village President Cullum, with the help of several people in the community, including social workers, has drafted a job posting for a police social worker that we would like to try to finalize and get out sometime this month. Just to talk a little bit further about this position, there would be just to give an example of the sorts of calls that MPD currently receives that this social worker could help respond to. We were, in 2019, the department received 216 calls for welfare checks, responded to 60 calls involving homeless individuals, 67 calls involving panhandling, at least 42 calls for domestic violence, 38 calls for emotionally disturbed persons, 12 where there were controlled substance abuse issues, 43 juvenile arrests, 4 sexual assaults, and 4 suicides. And these are all issues that our police and our Clergy Alliance and other township resources did the best they could to respond to. But having a social worker assigned to the police department and able to respond to these issues and also serve as a gateway to other services for residents that would benefit from them would be helpful. According to the job posting that we've put together, the essential job functions of this person would include coordinating social work services within the department, developing and leading an ongoing needs assessment of the departments and our community, using models and best practices to implement appropriate community interventions and prevention strategies, assisting individuals and families in crisis, collaborating with police and emergency medical services in the field when appropriate. So, in our case, also working with the EMS services provided by our fire department, acting as a conduit between our departments and other social service providers and government agencies, coordinating with juvenile aid bureaus, and also diversion programs for our youth, including the restorative justice program. And that's just to name a few. And, obviously this is our thoughts on this are going to be evolving, and I would certainly welcome thoughts from our community board on police and other people in the community. But I think this is a good idea, and particularly in partnership with South Orange, for us to move forward with this, get someone on board. I think this is a direction that we'd like to go. And if we wait for the perfect plan and to have we're going to be waiting a long time. So I'd like to talk about how we can move forward with this, and hopefully maybe at our next meeting at September 15th, make any proposed changes and approve the job posting, which I know I sent around to the committee today, and maybe something that that we can share more widely, certainly with our community board and maybe others as we seek input and feedback on this. So that's the start of the discussion, Mr. Mayor. I'd be happy to hear what colleagues have to say or answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Lundberg. We'll open the floor up now.
I'm going to jump in here as the other liaison here on the community board on police and policing matters. There's substance and there's process with everything that we do. I don't think that you're going to find any disagreement among us as to the substance of this, the idea of deaggregating law enforcement, shifting a bit away from law and order toward care in some of the scenarios that Mr. Lundberg outlined. Mental health issues, emotionally disturbed persons, domestic violence and intimate partner violence being really good examples of that. So on the issue of substance, I don't think there's any disagreement. In fact, in all fairness, the Community Board on Police in Maplewood has been already discussing and looking into doing something like this, which also includes expanding upon our existing youth restorative justice program into an adult restorative justice one, again, through the use and the collaboration with social workers. However, the process here stinks. There's no process. And before I go there, I want to also correct the record. This was presented, this idea was indeed presented at the last Public Safety Committee. It was presented in the following manner. Mr. Lundberg brought it up, he put it on the agenda, and he brought it up as something that he heard from President Cullum. And he suggested, that this is something that we should do. Is there an interest, as he explained earlier? Our chief of police, Chief Duvall's response was indeed, hey, listen, that sounds great. But there was no rush on the matter, and there was certainly no final decision. Chief Duvall's position was, there's a lot of details that we don't know. Who do they report to? How do they work with us? Are they a liaison? How do they liaise with other departments? And et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. None of these details we know the answers to yet. Furthermore, we heard from our community board on police who was not looped into this. Again, it went from one governing body member to another governing body member, and then it came to the respective committee. But better practice in what we want to do, especially with something so impactful and serious and transformative as policing reform, it's got to be community driven. It's got to be community informed, right? And we went through so much work to create a body, a sort of quasi-independent body, an arm whose job is to recommend things like this, to do research, to have conversations, collaborations, and to make a presentation. The other thing I want to add is that the job description, yes, we got it today and I kind of perused it, but even the author of the job description with, immeasurable social worker experience also has reservations herself about the job description and about the lack of process here. Most notably, the idea of this social worker reporting to the police department, supervised by, under the supervision of, being managed by. That is not in best practice in other areas where this sort of model has been implemented and explored. So I agree with the substance of this. I think we should definitely continue on conversations, but I worry about this rush to judgment. I am very disappointed about the way that this came about, because I really think that if we're talking about greater transparency and accountability, a couple politicians getting together and deciding that they're going to impose something on the community is not how we should be doing things. That's how we used to do things. So that's my position on this. So I think, in fairness, this should go back to the Community Board on Police. This should also go back to the public health officer. South Orange already has a social worker that they hired. Why are they not involved in this? And why do we need to have a new social worker? There's a lot to figure out. Finally, I have the following to say. It is not true that our chief of police said, or that he agreed rather, that we may not have enough work for this social worker. And Mr. Lembrick proves that point by outlining all the different kinds of calls that are social worker like appropriate. For instance, the DV calls. We know, and we received testimony from Chief Duvall during public safety, that during the pandemic, DV calls have gone up. Intimate partner violence reports have gone up significantly in our community, right? So perhaps Maplewood needs its own social worker. Why are we rushing like this to create a job description, to cut people out of the process, to not be thoughtful or strategic? So those are my comments. I really want to push this forward indeed, but not like this. I yield.
Thank you, Mr. Daffis.
I mean, I'd like to respond to that, but I'm happy to allow others to speak first.
No, if you like, Mr. Lembrick, please.
What I think stinks is that our deputy mayor, whenever he's not, the first person to bring something into the process or isn't a part of every conversation, says the process stinks. He was not a part of all the discussions and part of this, so his characterization of them is inaccurate and uninformed. I've had several discussions with the chief. Village President Collum and I have had discussions with both chiefs. Both were a part of drafting the job posting. Both were on board with this. This has been reviewed by at least 15 people in South Orange, including all of the Board of Trustees. It's now coming to us. That's the way that the process often works when a proposal comes in and there's going to be cooperation between governing bodies. I have no objection to having the community board on police and the community weigh in on this. But I also think this is going to be an evolving process. And if we wait until everyone has had their say before even getting the ball rolling, we're never going to get anywhere with this. So, you know, just because not everyone has been on the small group of people who's been discussing before this point, doesn't mean it hasn't been well thought out, doesn't mean the thought hasn't been given to this, and doesn't mean it's being rushed. It's being brought here for discussion tonight. I'm not asking for anyone to vote on anything. I put it on as a discussion item. So, Mr. That's my response, and you know, and I think, you know, I think there's going to be people in South Orange who are going to want an apology from the deputy mayor for some of the statements he made tonight.
So
it won't be the first time that people in our community are asking the deputy mayor to apologize for stepping way out of line in a public meeting recently.
Thank you, Mr. Limbrick, Mr. Daffis. Thank you.
I'm going to de-escalate, Mayor. I'm not going to respond to all of that stuff because a lot of that stuff is personal and unnecessary, and the community is not staying up this late to watch us fight with each other. It's really shameful and not very mature. I did not disparage South Orange.
You're talking about maturity.
No, I didn't. I said that you had a conversation with another elected body, and this is how this came to be, and that is the truth. And those are my final words.
So gentlemen, let's go ahead and let's pause for a second. We are in a discussion situation. We are considering, you know, a potential hiring, if you will. So let me allow our other colleagues, Ms. Adams or Mr. DeLuca, to comment at this point. Either one, Ms. Adams or Mr. DeLuca, whoever. Ms. Adams, please. Thank you.
Sure. I just want, well, first of all, I'm not going to get in the middle of anything, of course, but I think as Chair of Public Safety, it was appropriate for Mr. Limbrick to do the research and work on this. I do think that it needs to go to the Community Board on Policing based on their input this evening, earlier in our meeting. I think because there's been instances where things have been pushed through that should have gone to engineering, planning, and public works that recently happened. So sometimes things don't go the way they should, but I don't think it's irreversible if anything was pushed through a little too soon. That's why it's brought to this board right now. So I like the idea and I want to pursue it, but I really do want the expertise of some in our community who are on the Community Board on Policing to weigh into it. But I also don't want it to get weighed down too much. I want, if this is going to be part of the process, and it should be, I think the Community Board on Police needs to really have this as a priority and work on it diligently so that we don't become our own problem in holding things up by you know, over researching, over discussing more than it needs to be. It should, if it can be done in 5 meetings, those 5 meetings should take place at a quick pace, not over 5 months. So a subcommittee or whatever needs to happen with the Community Board on Police to do this, or just multiple meetings to hash through what they want, so that it's not dragged out and so that we get a good product, a good position created at the end. And that's my comments.
Thank you, Ms. Adams. Thank you very much. Mr. DeLuca, you have any thoughts?
Yes, thank you. So let me talk about what I really like about the idea. I like it's a shared service, and I would say, you know, it did come a little late today. I did try to take a look at it. I was hard a little bit to digest for tonight, but I like the idea of the shared service. I like the idea of thinking differently about how we're going to fund the services we provide, the public services. You know, I don't support defunding the police, but I do support differently funding the police. And I think this gets us towards that direction. I think there's more to do and think about. I've shared some articles and they talk about focusing the police work on crime issues and public safety and things like some of the work that's talked about here with social work, homeless assistance, even the fact of traffic reports, shoplifting reports after the fact. I don't think we need to spend the time of a police officer to do some of that. There's other towns and cities around the country that have done this well, and we ought to take a look at it. Let me tell you where I don't think it's going in the right direction. I don't think the service that we're providing should be run by the police department. I think that in some of the stuff that I saw, and I shared this in Eugene, Oregon, the crisis assistants helping out on the streets, cahoots, they run in tandem with the police department or as an alternative to the police. And I would like to have us look at a couple other models. I think, quite honestly, I think if the police department hires a social worker, in short order, that person will be working for the police department. And the culture of the police department will influence that person. So I would like to create something that works with the police department, but maybe not be of the police department. Additionally, I think that this is beyond one person. We had a similar situation when we were hiring someone to coordinate our senior services. You tend to think, you put everything in the job description and you create like a super person because you want to put everything in there. I think there are different skills, everything from mental health skills to medical skills, that we ought to be thinking of a team approach. I think there are issues if we hire one person, language barriers. Is someone going to be proficient in Spanish? Is someone going to be proficient in Haitian Creole? Or can we hire an entity that has those skills that we can draw from? So I don't think we should make the perfect the enemy of good, but I think we need to work a little bit more on the good. And I think what was suggested to us about what are we trying to do? What is the community question that we're trying to answer? I do think that we ought to commit this year to taking a chunk of money and putting it in the budget to do this in the next year's budget, so that we don't get caught up in passing a budget and then wanting to introduce this and not having the resources to do that. Because you know how it works. If we don't have it in the budget, you can't move around money until November of next year. So I do think figuring out whatever the cost of this one person is and maybe embellishing it and think about some of these other alternatives, we ought to put a package together, a monetary package together, so that when we do adopt the budget for both towns, we can make sure that we're covering this to give us those options of implementing it sometime in maybe Q1 or Q2 of 2021. So I think I'll stop there.
Mayor, I just wanted to add a fact point. In our July meeting, I went back to my notes real quick while you're all talking. In our July Community Board on Police meeting, we did vote in favor of doing research on this, on a social worker sort of pilot program. And the Community Board on Police reported when we met last time that they would be presenting, I think in our early October meeting, which I think is on the 7th of October, what they came up with and what's out there in best practice. So, that's another opportunity for us to get a little bit more information about how to do this and how to do it correctly.
Thank you, Mr. Daffis. And thank you for everyone for their comments. Hearing that's also more information that I'm glad we're privy to. I do like some of the comments that Mr. DeLuca said. I think that's the right kind of that phased approach, if you will. I mean, looking at, okay, is it a person? Is it outsourced to more of an entity that we share the expenses with, theoretically, with South Orange? I think the bottom line is that we're moving in the right direction. This is a good concept, a good idea. I think we heard some great comments tonight from Kasha and Aaron, from Blue, as well as from Kelly, who also, several of them have, resident experience in terms of what we're trying to do, or what the goal we're trying to get to. So I would say let's listen to our community board of police. I think Ms. Adams mentioned that as well. Let's listen to the research they're going to do. Let's kick it back there. Let's go ahead and vet through that process. Let's be prepared, like Mr. DeLuca said, and let's start the process to get there. I agree. It shouldn't take a year to get done. I think it's something that can get done relatively quick as government moves these days. But we should definitely kick it back to our board, and I think it's I do think that our leadership in terms of our police department, our top brass is doing a great job. But I do like the idea of maybe having it be a standalone entity as well. I really like that point. I think once we get to a point where we feel super comfortable with our culture then we can maybe revisit that. But reimagining this, in terms of how this will work with our community, I think that's the right direction. So that would be my recommendation to let's not move forward and expedite process. Let's kick it back. Let's hear from our community board on, you said October 7th. Let's look at the budgeting. Let's continue work with our CFO to figure that out as well. Those are my thoughts.
And Mr. Mayor, I would just like to agree with Ms. Adams that we just try to move this along, and also with Mr. DeLuca that we certainly consider, this for the 2021 budget, even if we're not ready to move forward, that we have it there so that we're not put in a position where, where the delay gets longer than necessary.
I absolutely agree with you, Mr. Limbrick. And again, to all my colleagues, I think, when you just look at everything being said, I agree with many of the points that were made on this discussion item. And I think we're all focused on moving in the right direction. So I appreciate everyone and their points and comments on this discussion item. So let's do that. So I think there's a meeting tomorrow night, if I remember hearing correctly, on the Community Board of Police, and maybe can add that to the agenda respectfully. Great. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Limbrick, and thank you, everyone. Okay, our next discussion item is mine. Update auxiliary police 90-day review period and next steps. So over the last 2 to 3 weeks, especially the last week and a half, our chief has provided us with ample amount of material regarding making an evaluation of where we are on auxiliary police. So included but not limited to standard operating procedures, some of the process for recruitment, training, disciplinary procedures, tasks and responsibilities assigned. We've received an assortment of information. I have some of it printed out here. In addition, I'd like to recognize Mr. DeLuca, who sent several interesting articles, including but not limited to the value of education for a police officer and what it means in terms of how it translates into community interaction. What I want to say at this point is that as we continue to go through and review all this information, is that on October 14th at our public safety meeting, and if the chair is okay with this, I think we could report out some of our initial findings. We discussed with the public providing a more opportunity or another opportunity to have a conversation before we made some decisions. So that's about a month and a half away, 40 days away, 45 days away. But we could talk about our initial findings there at that meeting, and then and report out to the public, have a public discussion, and then at second meeting in October, which I believe is the following Tuesday, we could take those findings, wrap things up, and then provide our recommendation and make a vote there. So that's where we are. I want to thank our chief, both chiefs actually. They've been sending information, and I know I think everyone's getting it. At least I know I am, and your inbox is full. But I think at this point, that's where we are. We have a lot more reading to do and discussion. And so I know I've talked offline with my colleagues, Mr. Limbrick and Mr. Daffis, to reconnect next weekend after Labor Day weekend to sit down and vet through some of the information we've received. Any questions?
Mr. Mayor, I have a question. We had talked about having a sort of a transcript of the public safety meeting that was probably back in, I believe, July, where we had a lengthy discussion about this issue, and both the chief of police and others answered a lot of questions, provided a lot of information. I'm just wondering if Ms. Viveros or Mr. Michalowski could provide us with an update of whether we have that yet.
I'll let Liz speak to that. She was working with the court reporter.
Yes, we expected to have it last week. So let me make a phone call tomorrow. We should definitely have it by the end of this week. It's going to be emailable plus a hard copy.
Okay,
So
great. Yeah. So if you
on
can
that right away to get that accomplished. I just don't have it yet.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Ritson. If you can just email that to, at least the three of us, Mayor McGehee, Deputy Mayor Daffis, and myself, who are working on this for the Public Safety Committee, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
Mr. Lundberg, we'll send that out to everyone.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lindbergh, and thank you, Ms. Fritzen and Ms. Riveros. Okay, moving on to discussion item number 4, and that is the renaming of Park Road to Jerry Ryan Road in honor of our late great mayor, Jerry Ryan. This is a discussion. I know there's if we are to move forward, if theoretically, I know that there's obviously processes and procedures, and Roger's with us to explain that. But I just wanted to first let me tee this up by saying that this idea came from Stan Verne, who is our retired judge, who's been in the community for many years, and I thought it was a great idea. And I wanted to see where my colleagues were and thought about it, at this point. So I'll open the floor for a discussion.
I'm happy to lead off, Mr. Mayor. I'm certainly in favor of finding a way to honor Jerry Ryan, and I think that naming a road or any number of other potential things in the community would be a great idea. And if Park Road is the right place and procedurally is something that we can do, I'd certainly support that. I think, we may want to see if there's other ideas. I also heard some people earlier this summer talking about maybe, the Great Hall or the parlor at the Woodland, given that Mr. Ryan was a big supporter of the arts in our community and also played a pretty big role in the township taking over that building. So yeah, I think it makes sense certainly to name something after a figure as important to Maplewood's history as Jerry Ryan, to honor him and to have a permanent reminder to the Maplewood residents of who he was and the value he brought to Maplewood and the values that he brought to Maplewood. And I think, maybe working with his wife, working with his family to find the appropriate way to do that would be a good way forward. If Park Road is the right place, I'd vote for it in a heartbeat. If it's something else that would be most appropriate, I would support that as well. I think we should find the best way to do this. And I certainly welcome and would appreciate Mr. Desiderio's advice in terms of, what how we would go about in terms of process doing this, if we were to move forward. But, I'm 100% behind this. I just want to find the right place in the right way.
Thank you, Mr. Lundberg.
I was going to say a lot of what Mr. Lundberg said was what my thoughts were. I really think his kids should be talked to first and foremost. I know Jerry lived on Midland Boulevard. He lived on Hickory, like he lived on Ridgewood Road. So I understand part of it is, taking one of our multiple streets that are named too similarly with other streets might be a good idea. There's 3 Burnett's. So so I think his family should definitely be first and foremost with their thoughts on how we could honor him. I'd also, we should think about using last name only, and maybe if it's a street, for a time being or whatever, extra street sign underneath that, like Martin Luther King Boulevard usually, that kind of thing. Because we have Grassmere Lane, we have, Burnett, DeHart, all these different places are all named for people who were important to the history of Maplewood. So those are my thoughts. But obviously, yes, I would be in favor of anything to honor him.
Thank you, Ms. Adams. Would anyone else like to speak on this?
Yes. I would like to do something for Jerry. He asked me to name a road after him. Ironically, he brought up years ago when he was on the township committee naming the jitneys for Mickey Stern. And we had the same discussion as I'm going to bring up right now, is I think we need a policy, because you got to think through these things. The one thing I'm a little concerned about with Park Road is, number one, why Park Road? He didn't live there. It doesn't make the connection to Town Hall. I don't know. I don't want this to be a fight. I think the people on Park Road are going to say, I'd rather have my address Park Road for value, to be honest. You say you're on Park Road. I would like to think about a couple of things at Town Hall. Let me give you 2 suggestions. One is, we don't have a name for the plaza in front of Town Hall. We call it in front of Town Hall. We could call that the Jerry Ryan Plaza. I think that's a better connection to the Town Hall. The second idea I have is to name our conference room after Jerry, the Jerry Ryan Conference Room. The reason being is that Jerry spent a lot of time there, on the township committee, as mayor on the township committee, and as chair of the planning board, and as a member of the planning board. That's probably the room he spent the most time in Town Hall. And I think either of those 2 that I'm suggesting will not be controversial. I really don't want to get petition drives, email blasts about don't change our road type thing. So if we could figure another road, I'd be happy. I want to name something after Jerry, but I just don't want to have a fight. I want this to be a positive thing. And I think naming something at Town Hall, on the property of Town Hall, might be a better way to do this, because it doesn't have a name yet.
Thank you, Mr. DeLuca. Those are great points. Mr. Davis, you have the floor at this point. I see you already unmuted.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm shaking my head. I agree with all the points that all my colleagues made. Obviously, I'm strongly in favor of a commemoration of the late, great Jerry, in whatever manner is appropriate, in whatever manner, as Mr. DeLuca said, is the best way to go about doing this, and also being respectful to the family and their wishes and their concerns as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. So I'll take that as an action item. I will, with Mr. DeLuca, I'll circle back with the family about ideas, and get some input, from the family. And then, if the street is something that's of great interest, then we can explore what makes sense without having any friction regarding a potential street. But I do like the idea of the plaza in the front that Mr. Dappas is standing in front of right now in the middle of the day, as an option as well. So we'll kick this off. Take this on a sidebar. I'll move on with this, and we'll circle back on this say next month.
I think you will get less battle back on renaming a street if it's one of the Burnett's. There's everybody who lives on any of the Burnett Avenue, Terrace, Street, they all get each other's mail. It's been years. Everybody I know who's ever lived there has been frustrated.
That's a good point. Hopefully those post office workers will be well trained on the new ones that are coming, as I was told.
So I think it should be something that it's tied to town hall. I mean, that's why park makes sense.
Yes, and it does.
Yeah, or Oakview Park or Oakview or something like that. But there's also many places take a street that has a name and puts another name, an overlay on top of it. So it is possible to designate, and we would have to work with the county, but it is possible to designate the road in front of Town Hall as Jerry Ryan Road.
Or
even
Jerry
though
Ryan
the rest of
Way.
it, Jerry Ryan Way, the rest of it would be Valley, but we could do that. You do multiple signs out. Because anytime you're changing something now with GPS, you got to think about cars and all that has to change. And if you don't want to pay for upgrades like I don't, those names never change. So we have to think about that. And of course, people's addresses, people get attached to addresses and what it means to them. So I think it should be something around town hall.
Thank you, Mr. DeLuca, and agreed. So I'll connect with you, Mr. DeLuca. We'll keep everyone in the loop. We'll reach out to the family, and we'll go from there. And thank everyone. I think we're all, Jerry was great, and so we're gonna do something for Jerry. Make no mistakes. So thank you. We're moving on now to discussion item, number 5. This is support of NJ Senate Bill 2535, decriminalization of marijuana. Mr. DeLuca, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. So as you know, the November ballot will have a question of whether we should legalize marijuana. In the interim, Senator Rice and others have introduced a bill, this 2535 in the Senate, to decriminalize marijuana. Progressive groups have lined up for that. Senator Scutari, who heads the Senate Judiciary Committee, has blocked the bill because he's concerned about if we decriminalize it, it will make people not vote to legalize it. There might be some rationale there. In the meantime, month after month after month, people are getting arrested and getting a record for drugs. And so there's a time to be political, and there's a time to be, to talk social justice. If you're going to talk it, you got to act it. So I would urge us to put our support behind Senate Bill 2535. I would make that as a motion.
I'll second that.
Any further discussion?
Well, this is legalization is on the ballot for November, right? Which is
Yes.
2 months from now. And what's the chance of this bill being passed before November? Forget about politics, just the logistics.
I think it's possible. If it goes to the committee, it'll just sail right through.
Well, I do have concern that it won't get voted on to legalize it. I do. If this bill gets passed to decriminalize it, which is less effective overall, in my view. And Senator Rice is very much opposed to legalization of pot. And
I agree.
I totally disagree with him on that. So, I'm not sure I could support the resolution in support of this, but it would be more of a abstention as opposed to a no vote. And I don't think I've ever abstained for.
But just remember, even though we vote to legalize it in November, there's going to be at least 6 months, if not longer, where they're going to have to develop regulations and maybe pass additional legislation. All that time is still going to mean that people are going to be arrested.
Okay, that's fair. You win.
Any further discussion?
Mr. Mayor, I share some of the same concerns as Ms. Adams, and I think a lot of these senators who are pushing this, you know, they had the chance to do all this, and they were stubborn and held up legislation, and that's why we have to vote on this in November. I'm not inclined to give them this out. I would vote no.
Fair enough. Thank you, Mr. Lindbergh.
If they were so concerned with social justice, we could have had this law in the books already.
That's
So
true.
I'm a no on this. I think it's a political stunt.
Understood. Thank you, Mr. Lindbergh. Okay, any further discussion?
No, but now I don't know what to do, and I always get called first, and it makes me mad because Liz wants to do everything alphabetically.
You're allowed to pass, Ms. Adams, and then you can vote at the end.
Okay, yay, I
There
never.
you go. Your first pass, Ms. Adams. All right, Ms. Fritzen, please call the roll.
Adams,
Pass. I never even knew I could do that.
that must be a new rule. Mr. Daffis,
Yes.
Mr. DeLuca,
Yes.
Mr. Lembrecht,
No.
Mayor McGehee,
Yes.
Adams,
No.
passes 3-2.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Fritzen. All right, we'll now move on to discussion item number 6, which is establishing an automatic response agreement between the fire department of Maplewood and South Orange as interim step toward establishing the South Mountain Regional Fire Department. Mr. DeLuca, you have the floor.
Thank you. I want you to think back to our many meetings when we had fire department members come to talk to us about why we shouldn't consolidate fire departments, and talked about the value of having an automatic response agreement. And Mr. Lembrecht asked, I don't remember if it was our chief or one of the members of the South Orange Fire Department, you asked if it was so easy, why didn't you do it? Essentially. And, it's because it doesn't get done. So this is, again, an attempt in our journey of consolidation to try to get our departments to work closer together, to fight fires better by having an automatic response of an engine to anytime there's a working fire in either town. What we heard in all of our conversations with the fire department is the faster you can get fire personnel to a fire, the safer it is for the firefighters, the better it is to protect the residents of that structure, or if anyone's in that structure or the adjoining structures, and we'll be doing better services. So this doesn't meet the criteria of the efficiency that we would get through having a unified command and a unified structure, but it gets us into working together and getting better fire services for both our residents in Maplewood and those in South Orange. So what I'm asking here is a resolution that would support our working with the chiefs, our committee to work with the chiefs to come back with a plan for an automatic response. It's something we had in the past, and it really broke down based on personality and politics.
Thank you, Mr. DeLuca. Any comments on the potential resolution?
Mr. Mayor, I'd just like to say a few things. Now, I'm a big supporter of this resolution. I thank Committeeman DeLuca for bringing it forward. Certainly from a public safety perspective, not necessarily from a budget perspective, as Committeeman DeLuca mentioned, this accomplishes a lot of really what we were hoping to achieve in terms of response time and having more firefighters show up at a fire as quickly as possible. This achieves a lot of the things that were really motivating us to move forward with the consolidation of the fire department. And you know, and I recall, I think I may have said it to multiple people who spoke that night, including our own chief. You know, if we could do this without merging, you know, why don't we just do it? And obviously, you know, there have been personality issues, there have been turf issues, and I think that an automatic response agreement would be in the best interests of our whole community from a public safety standpoint. Maplewood, South Orange, certainly structures like Columbia High School. You know, we would all benefit from this. I think we'd all be safer. And if it, you know, if it brings us a step closer to a consolidated department that, you know, they can also save us money and achieve some other efficiencies, that's great. You know, but I think even if it ultimately doesn't do that, you know, I'm still in favor of this because I think we should have this automatic response agreement in place. And, you know, our fire departments are just going to have to just, you know, support each other and hopefully play nicer together.
Thank you, Mr. Lindbergh. Any further comments or discussion? Mr. Daffis.
Thank you, Mayor. I also agree that, you know, there's no question that this is what we should do for public safety. I mean, having 14 men respond to a working fire is, you know, the ideal situation, and you certainly want that. And yes, it would also encourage a better working relationship with our two departments. It would get people to know each other better, to trust each other more. It would maybe save us some money in training. It would allow them to train together. And we know, at least on the Maplewood side, that this is something that our current department has been wanting for a really long time. So I agree with the substance of this. My only concern is the way it's presented and framed. Framing it as an interim measure to the merger itself brings to it the merger baggage and all of the baggage that everybody's already talked about, you know, about personalities and turf issues and past politics and the failed merger talks up till now, and no disparaging anybody here for that, because of long-standing issues between these two departments. I guess I would first ask a follow-up question. I've reached out to our fire department folks to get their take on this, take their temperature about this. Do we have any feedback from the South Orange side about this? Vic, has anyone reached out to them? Do we know if they're?
Yes, I've been told by the village president that both their board of trustees and the firefighter union are in favor of moving forward on this.
Okay, so that's good. I think, you know, my only concern was by framing it as an interim measure, as a prerequisite to the merger, it could potentially backfire and cause the opposite of what we've always been trying to do, which is this idea of making them work together, having them work together, and in the process, even increasing and enhancing our public safety. So I agree with the substance. I just have that one concern about framing it this way. Vic, did you want to comment on that?
Yes. You know, we passed a resolution to create a South Mountain Regional Fire Department. So that's on the table. And this is just a step in that direction. And I don't think that you can walk away from that. If you want to walk away from that, then somebody has to put a motion out there to not do a consolidation. So this is not dependent on the consolidation. It can be a standalone, but it certainly is part of the sort of direction towards the consolidation. You get people working together, you will figure out where the kinks are, you do start during the training. That informs us as we talk more about the consolidation. I would take a little exception to your word, failed discussion. I don't think there are failed negotiations. I think we stopped all the conversation because of COVID. The state wasn't able to provide us any more support. We stopped meeting. So those conversations are still going on in December and early, and we had one meeting in January, and then pretty much everything stopped. So those conversations will begin again. Whether we achieve that or not, we don't know, but this can run parallel to and can help us inform one another as we have those conversations going forward.
If it can run parallel to, I think I'm more comfortable with it, but ultimately it is in the best interest of both communities to have this automatic response. So I'll be supporting it this evening. But, in all fairness, during the merger discussions, there were breakdowns in communication and collaboration. There were, and that's just a fact, and it's public knowledge. So it hasn't been really easy getting these departments to work together because of the long history that you talked about earlier. So, that's something that we're going to have to continue navigating, whatever resolutions it is that we pass.
Yeah, I agree with Mr. Daffis in that I'm fine with it running parallel, but I'm still an unknown until I see numbers that make sense with regard to consolidation. And so far, those haven't been there. And that's what I've personally been waiting for, as I've stated before at other meetings, with regard to whether or not I think we should consolidate the fire departments. But I think this goes a long way to safety. And I think this is one of the things that would have been good about consolidation. So I'm fine with it. Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Adams. Mr. Luby has something to say. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I think that's a fair comment. I think just remember that until we have a proposal to put on the table for a consolidated fire department, it's just a concept and it's just a direction that we're moving into. So this doesn't bind us to having a consolidated fire department. We have voted to establish one, but there's always just what you said. There has to be the numbers that we look at. It has to work out for both towns. And that's a major step that we have to continue to work on. So, I just don't, I want to be very clear though, that this is not an alternative to the consolidation. We're still on track to have those discussions and come back with a proposal. You can vote up and down that proposal when we do, but what's being presented is a step in the consolidation.
That's understood.
Okay.
So Vic, one final question. So how does this work in terms of process? If this is voted yes tonight, how long does it take to put this together?
The resolution says we're going to come back by October 9th. So we would have this at our, whatever the meeting is after October 9th.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DeLuca. Thank you, everyone. Just some final comments is that this is part of, I used this term earlier tonight, a phased approach, right? So, this will be a phased approach to getting to where we need to go. But obviously, we had to make sure at this phase it makes sense and it works in terms of when we tangibly start to do the thing that I know I've been very passionate about, and that is joint training. The fact that I've said it 100 times is that we haven't done joint training at Columbia High School, at SOPAC, at Winchester Gardens, at Seton Hall. It bothers me. And with this agreement, they will now be, now the training will finally occur. It will be part of this agreement. And now we'll have our teams go into those huge facilities with so many lives there, go through training. And that's something that I've wanted for the 4 years I've been on the TC. So I'll be supporting this measure tonight. Mr. DeLuca, you want to go ahead and make the motion?
So I would make a motion that the Joint Exploratory Committee is authorized to work with the fire chiefs and other personnel of the Maplewood Fire Department and the South Orange Fire Department to establish an automatic response agreement between the Maplewood and South Orange Fire Departments. The Joint Exploratory Committee shall provide a proposed agreement to the governing bodies of the township and village no later than October 9th, 2020.
I'll second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, Ms. Fritzen, please call the roll.
Adams,
Yes.
Mr. Daffis,
Yes.
Mr. DeLuca,
Yes.
Glenbrook,
Yes.
Mayor McGehee.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Fritzen. We're now on our 8th and final discussion item for this evening. This is Sustainable Essex Alliance Electric Aggregation. This is the request for bids for a second contract period. This is Mr. DeLuca's discussion item. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll do this, and then if we can go back to number 7, which will be quick on the date change.
I move number 7.
On this, I just want to let you know on the Sustainable Essex Alliance, we're going out for our second bid. We've added 2 towns, Livingston in Essex County and Glen Rock in Bergen County. So we're getting bigger. People want to join us, which is good. We have a meeting tomorrow of the town's representatives to discuss what would be an acceptable offer. We're hearing from our consultants that the margin between the alternative providers and PSE&G is getting shrunk. So we have to see what the savings would be. So we'll have that discussion tomorrow. Assuming that all the towns want to go forward, then we will be accepting bids and price proposals on September 15th. We will then, as the as the lead agency, the Township Committee will be getting those bids on the 15th, and we'll be voting to award the contract that evening. So we'll be bringing it back to, to the body. I did want to just share with you some of the savings that our consultant Gable Associates estimated for the first 12 months. The aggregate savings for all 5 towns, the residents who are participating, is nearly $1.9 million. The savings in Glenridge, $192,000, Maplewood, $380,000, Montclair, $684,000, South Orange, $348,000, and Verona, $253,000. So there's some significant savings for residents. It comes out to about, so far, $78 on average. But that's money that we're not paying for your utilities. So we'll see what we can do in this round. We'll have a better idea after tomorrow as far as the interest on the part of the towns. And then when we go out to bid, we'll get the real numbers and we'll see where we are.
And that's still the green aspect. It's greener energy as well, correct?
Yes. Yes.
I think that's worth the plus. That's just the $78 is gravy if we're getting greener. So
yes, it's $20. It's 20% more than PSE&G.
Affordable and greener. It's a winning combination. Thank you, Mr. Any more discussion? Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Nope, that's what I have in that. I was going to go back to number 7.
Okay. Yes, I know. Go ahead.
Just Ms. Fritzen, we changed it to that Monday night, and I just suggest we go back to the Tuesday night.
Absolutely.
Gives everybody more time and it puts us on a normal pattern. So I would move we change the date back to November 17th.
Okay, so second. Ms. Fritzen, please call the roll.
Ms. Adams,
yeah.
Mr. Daffis,
Yes.
Mr. DeLuca,
Yes.
Glenbrook,
Yes.
Mayor McGehee.
Yes, and thank you, Mr. DeLuca, for keeping me honest. My eyes around the midnight hour the context start to dry up.
I hear you. I hear you.
All right, moving on to agenda item number 24, our consent agenda. May I get a motion, please?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move items 1 through 13 on the consent agenda be adopted.
Second.
Perfect. Any discussion?
No.
Good. Ms. Fritzen, please call the roll.
Mr. Adams,
Yes.
Mr. Daffis,
Yes.
Mr. DeLuca,
Yes.
Glenbrook,
Yes.
Mayor McGehee.
Yes, and thank you, Ms. Fritzen. We're now on our second and final public comment. Any subject matter. Glenn, are you still awake?
Yeah, I'm here. I just have a quick procedural question for Roger, given Zoom and some new thing. I had a resident who sent me an email intended for the township committee, which I forwarded to the committee, but they're asking that I read it into the record. I see them in attendance. Should I read it into the record or call on them to speak?
I'm sorry, he's asking you to read it into record as opposed to speaking?
Correct.
You can read it. If it makes him more comfortable, read it into the record, sure.
Thanks. Okay, so this is from Chanel Ellis, 89 Woodside Road. Good evening, Mayor and committee members. I will make this short. I was fortunate enough to apply for the Community Board on Policing. Unfortunately, that is the only nice thing I can say about the entire process. The Township Committee, Community Board on Policing, and Mr. Daffis present themselves with a claim of transparency, yet I have not been met with this. You claim to want input from members of the community from diverse backgrounds, yet the Community Board on Policing does not reflect that, including new and old members. So as a member of this community, what is your plan? Actually, what will the actions of the committee look like to address these issues? If there was no transparency during the application process, how can we expect there to be transparency and real outcome from the board? I and many others expect real answers. Sincerely, a concerned, young, enthusiastic community member, Chanel Ellis. I will now move to public comment for the folks that have raised their hands.
Should we address that?
Sorry.
I mean, I'd like to address that, and I really feel bad that this constituent, is upset and disappointed with us about this. I do feel that we have been very transparent about our process, our interview process. We sent out several public notices. We talked about, I know I talked about the interview process at various township committee meetings. We felt bad because of the pandemic and COVID and everything that everybody's going through, that we extended the application period beyond the original period to allow for more applications, and that worked. We received a lot of applications. And everyone who applied received an automatic, and we checked this, including Ms. Ellis, received an automatic reply saying, we received your submission, thank you very much for your interest. Or they received something that said, I'm sorry, your application isn't complete, or it wasn't submitted properly, please try again. And in those instances, we actually had Mr. Michalowski himself and Ms. Fritzen's assistant clerk reach out to people individually on the phone, by email, and follow up with them about documentation that they needed to return to us, or about submissions that were faulty. Beyond that, we followed the typical interview process that you always follow. You take the pool of candidates, and we've received an excellent pool of candidates, and it was really hard to make an initial choice of just 3 for this round. And we communicated to everyone that stay engaged. If you're really interested in this work, there will be, first of all, there will be other openings, presumably at the end of the year, because people's terms are up and they may not renew. They may or may not renew, we don't know. But also, there's so many other ways that you can engage in these meetings. Furthermore, the people who are really interested in this work, including applicants who applied and who were not selected, I know that they come to our public safety committee meetings, and they come to our community board meetings to hear about what the plan of action is in this area. What are we doing? How are we doing it? How are we going to get there? And absolutely, I think tonight, we're at midnight already. Tonight is an example of how much we value community input. My comments earlier to Mr. Lembrick about the social worker pilot is another example of how important it is to us, and me in particular, that we do things that are community driven, right? That we at least get community input as a first pass. So I welcome Ms. Ellis to stay engaged, to reach out to me personally if she would like, and to come to our meeting tomorrow night to find out exactly what our plan of action is. It's a public meeting. It's at 7:30. And thank goodness for Zoom. You don't have to go somewhere. You need to leave your house. You could just do it on your computer like this. So, I mean, I welcome my colleague, my co-liaison here, Mr. Lembrick, to add anything to that.
No, I think that was very well said, Mr. Davis. Thank you for taking us through the process. And I agree. We received, I think it was 20 applications or close to 20 applications. We could not, as a township committee, realistically interview 20 people, so we needed to cut that down. And Mr. Davis and I, having consulted the chairs of the community board on police and sort of discussed what we thought was needed in terms of expertise, background, experience, we narrowed down that list of 20 to a smaller group that was interviewed. I think we interviewed at least 2 people for every position that was open, and we made our decisions. But as Mr. Davis said, this is not a one and only opportunity. This was not a once in a lifetime chance to get on the board. There will be more seats coming open, probably as soon as the next couple of months. And also, as Mr. Davis said, plenty of other opportunities to get involved. Even without being an appointed voting member of the board is looking for volunteers. There's plenty of ways to get involved. So I would encourage Ms. Ellis and anyone else who either wasn't selected to be interviewed or was interviewed and wasn't selected to come to a meeting either tomorrow night or a future meeting and raise their hand and see how they might be able to get involved. Other than just sort of reemphasizing those points, I agree with what Mr. Davis said.
Thank you, Mr. Lembrick. And my final point on this is that to the issue of the lack of diversity on the board, I think, again, watching tonight, seeing our new nominees and their diversity in personal experience, their diversity in other ways, and in their perspective and their lived experience, further proves that our board is going to be even more diverse, that these 3 new folks are going to add to the existing diversity on our board. So again, I welcome everyone to stay engaged. There are so many opportunities here and so many things that we have to do. And of course, we always welcome criticism along the way because there's always room for improvement. And I'm the first to acknowledge that. So thank you.
Okay, sorry if I don't pronounce it correctly. Delaney Fischetto, there's a 3-minute time limit.
Oh, okay. Can I, there's no video. Okay, that's fine. Cool. So I am going to make comments on the whole pool thing. I worked at the pool. I've grown up at the pool. I've worked there for 8 years now. I have a couple questions. Some you may be able to answer and some you may not be able to answer. My first pressing question is, did we hire somebody from the outside to conduct the investigation? Hello.
Ms. Riveros, I think you'll have to answer those questions.
Yes.
Yes, we did. Okay. The next question is, we at the pool are confused because nobody's talking to us or interviewing us. So we're like, where are we in this process? That's one of our biggest things. And we've also come up with a whole new list of demands. If you would all be willing to hear that right now.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So our new list of demands are, hold on. Sorry. We would like to have Melissa Marcuso relieved of all duties as rec director and replaced. We would like to have an outside company hired to do the investigation for this case and all further cases. To have an outside company conduct investigations would mean there would be a fully unbiased view of the problem over anything, unlike internal investigations, to install a reporting hotline for town employees, full-time, part-time, seasonal, and volunteers. This would ensure that all complaints are audited, filed, dispositioned, and closed, to elect and have a member to oversee the process and not just a town civilian servant. This would also include there being an unbiased investigation, to have an outside company build a sexual harassment, assault, and bias training, or unbiased training, I should say, program that includes a comprehension section for both full-time, part-time, seasonal employees, and that should also say volunteers. This material for seasonal staff should be reviewed during an annual in-service as well as pre-season work. The other thing is we were handed this training in the last week or so, and we had a meeting with Melissa, and we said that that training that was from the year prior, from the only training we've done in my 8 years there, was not sufficient, and that was the same training we were handed again. And we, building off of that bullet point, I wrote as a sub bullet point, need somebody to come in that's outside of our community to see what our actual needs are, instead of us trying to build our own perceived needs. And if you talk to anybody in public health or social work, they'll tell you the same thing, that you need somebody to come in and tell you what your actual needs are and work with you. To have a code of conduct that applies to all volunteers, paid, unpaid employees, and seasonal employees, no tolerance for harassment of any sort. To have the employee handbook for full-time employees updated, because it's clearly not updated, because under the complaint procedures, the third bullet point recommends confronting the harasser as the victim. And that just is not safe. That's not okay. It's not up to date. I think that has to be reworded and reworked out. We would like to be given a timeline of when these programs will be installed and the development of the handbook and other changes. And any other timeline updates, whether things are delayed, completed, or ahead of schedule. A realignment of the culture in town hall and the pool itself. There are a bunch of sub bullet points to this, to focus not that much on optics and how the patrons perceive the pool, but the visual representation, not the visual representation, but how we as the staff feel and our concerns or needs are met. To have full meaning active conversation with management, even if it means there's going to be a disagreement, but to have it handled. To not have anything sugar coated or danced around. That even means when we have to talk about sexual harassment or assault, avoiding these terms doesn't make the incident go away, and it doesn't make it any easier for us. To create and accept a culture that if you see something, you say something, because we had guards walk up to management and say, I saw XYZ, and it just fell upon deaf ears. To shift the culture and trust so that we actually trust management and know that they're going to take things up the hierarchy ladder like they're supposed to in the procedural handbook, and to have that procedural handbook reiterated of the steps. To actually use the accountability actions in the handbook, where you're going to be told, like, this is your verbal warning and this is your written warning to anybody that breaks any of these rules, because that did not happen. We want to keep them current managers and provide them with proper training to remain unbiased, and to have them have the training to report all complaints, to create a fun and safe workplace for everyone, from our youngest staff to our oldest staff member, and this should be filled with good memories for a first job and not anxiety and trauma. To end manipulative behaviors and favoritism exhibited by management, head guards, and the recreation department. To have GroupMe or a similar app approved by the town to be used as a form of communication between the pool staff members. And finally, an apology from the town committee and a retraction of the original press statement that states that we had been handed training all of our years working there and that we had access to the employee handbook. And that's the end of our list.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. If you can provide that list to Glenn or email, that we can get that. This is recorded, but it's just better for us to have it formally. I think
and if I have like an extra 30 seconds, my other question is directed to Sonia. It's very confusing for us because we had a meeting with Melissa where you guys wanted a committee built for us to help give input on what these handbooks and procedures should be. But now you are saying that we're going to start from scratch and nobody's going to be rehired. So it's now confusing to those of us that have watched the live Zoom meeting of what you want and how you want our input.
I don't recall that conversation, so I'm not
You
sure
weren't at
exactly
the
what you're
meeting.
tracking.
No, you weren't at the meeting, but there was a meeting 2 Wednesdays ago with Melissa and Laura and a couple of my staff members. And the idea from earlier that week when we all had that meeting on Tuesday was we should build a committee and help give you input ideas of how things would go to build a program. But now you said earlier in this meeting that we are going to start from scratch and everybody will be re-interviewed. So now those of us that have watched the meeting tonight are confused in the fact of how are you going to get our input if we're all starting from scratch and we'll be interviewed? Like we never worked at the pool.
Thank you. I have Melissa Rennie.
Well, okay. We're just moving forward. I don't think we addressed the question, at least. Are we going to get back to that, to the young lady who was speaking previously? Is that the plan?
Whatever you like, Mayor.
Yeah, I think we should acknowledge the young lady who's speaking up tonight. We shouldn't just ignore her question. And so, Ms. Riveros, you can follow up with her offline at least, through email or some type of correspondence. That'd be appreciated. I don't want her question to go unanswered. I think we owe that to her and all the other people involved in this situation. And I also will say I'm sorry. I will say on behalf of myself, again, we found out about this when we took action, but I'm sorry that this happened. I am truly sorry this happened. And if you were one of my daughters, I'd be mad as hell. So I'm very sorry this happened to you or anyone allegedly, in this situation. So I'm sorry, and I apologize. This potentially alleged situation happened. Thank you.
Yeah. Hi, everybody. Before I start, is there a way for Sonia to answer the question from Delaney now, or I don't want to cut into any of that time.
As the mayor addressed it, it's acknowledged.
Okay, so you'll be following up with Delaney. Okay. I just want to make sure that doesn't get brushed aside. Okay, hi everybody. My name is Melissa Rennie. I'm a Maplewood resident, and I'm also a member of the Pool Advisory Committee. I'm reading the statement on behalf of myself and 2 other members of the Pool Committee, Becky Shear and Malia Herman. We would like to voice our unequivocal support for the brave victims who have come forward to share their stories over the last few weeks. As pool committee members, we want our pool to be a safe and welcoming environment for all staff and patrons. And we were shocked to learn that there has been a permissive culture of sexual harassment at the pool. We were also angered to learn that many weeks passed between the time when the victims reported their harassment and when action was taken. This cannot be tolerated, and we ask that the Township Committee does everything in your power to ensure that the grievances of these victims are taken seriously now with urgency. We ask that the Township Committee provide a full update on what is being done to change the culture, what support is being provided to the victims, and what policies will be put in place to ensure that this will not happen again in the future. I want to remind everyone that these town employees are our children. They are members of our community, they are your constituents, and they deserve better than this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Remy. Thank you.
Would you like me to go to the next one, Mayor?
Please, thank you, Glenn.
Nicholas Carbonaro.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, thank you so much, and I appreciate you giving me the time to speak today. I just want to echo what Melissa just said and say that I also unequivocally support the members of our pool staff who have been coming forward over the past couple weeks, as well as here tonight. I would strongly urge the Township Committee to consider the new list of demands that is being submitted to them and address the demands as specified to the letter. I believe that the pool staff are the ones who, at this point, have the clearest sense in the situation of what they need to continue to feel, or rather to feel more safe working at the pool and to continue to do so and to work so in a positive environment that works for them and for all well-meaning members of that particular staff. I also just want to speak to the fact that it does seem like there is some kind of disconnect in communication between members of the Maplewood Township Committee and sort of related committees and members of the pool staff who it sounds like we're supposed to be coordinating on finding some kind of mutual response to this problem. But then it does appear that there is some kind of breakdown in communication and a breakdown in understanding of some kind. And I find this very troubling and would ask that the Township Committee take all steps to rectify that, to be very transparent with the members of the pool staff who are coming forward so that both sides can work together to resolve the issues that are facing the pool. Again, I support our pool staff and I applaud them for stepping forward. Thank you so much. I yield my time.
Nicholas, before you leave, can you give us some more clarification on what you mean by a disconnect between the township and the staff and the rec committee, please?
Of course. So specifically what I was referring to is what Delaney Fichetto just brought up with regards to speaking to Sonia, or I'm sorry, not speaking to Sonia, speaking to someone else and then feeling like one kind of set of steps was being taken, but then feeling like that set of steps was not being addressed. Specifically, I'm just referring to what I've heard here today. So I do not have additional information on it. Thank you.
It's okay. Thank you. Okay, Glenn.
That appears to be all the public comment. If anyone else is left, just raise your hand. Seeing no one, Mayor.
Glenn, thank you very much. We'll now close our second and final public comment. And at this point, we're at the last agenda item, which is a motion. I'll take a motion to adjourn.
Excuse me, Mayor.
Yes.
I know one of the people who I guess left the meeting wanted to speak to us about getting more garbage cans for Irvington Avenue. And I know I've been working with him. And so I just want to put that in the record that he did ask for more garbage cans, and maybe we can follow up with him and talk with him some more about it.
Thank you, Mr. DeLuca, for noting that. And so for the record too, we can obviously work with Caesar and DPW as well as with Paul as well on that. Thank you, sir. I'll now entertain a motion to adjourn.
Move it. Second.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Good morning, everyone.
Morning.